Good evening. I'm going to ask you guys to make it to your seats. We're going to get started promptly at 6:30. Grab yourself some water or some food. It's off to the side, but good evening, good evening. I hereby call this meeting in order. Can we please stand for the flag salute? Madam Clerk, statement of public notice, please.
This meeting was called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting was sent to the Union County Local Source and the Star Ledger on January 3rd, 2025. In addition, copies of the notice were posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building and filed in the office of the Township Clerk. Notices on the bulletin board have remained continuously posted. Proper notice having been given, the Township Clerk is directed to include this statement in the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Bonanno.
Present.
Councilman Pearson.
Here.
Councilwoman Dr. Garrison.
Present.
Councilwoman Hyatt. Present. Councilman Joyner.
Present.
Council Vice President Rios.
Present.
Council President Epps.
Present.
You have sworn.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, good evening. You guys look absolutely wonderful out there. I just love what I see. So before we get started, I just want to say again, thank you for coming. Thank everybody for participating. As a proud member of D9 myself, I thought it was important for us to recognize D9 members in our community and surrounding our community that's doing community work. Part of being a council member, whether D9 or not, we do the work for the community. And D9 is very important. Divine Nine, the Greek fraternity and sorority is very important to what we do, especially what we're facing nowadays with our current leadership. So again, it's just going to be a brief ceremony recognizing you guys. What we're going to do, we're going to call the sororities, we're going to call you up in groups, and we are going to allow you opportunity to talk during our public portion of right after we acknowledge you guys. So when you come up and accept your awards or what we're going to give you, you will have an opportunity to talk immediately after that, but not when you accept the awards. But again, I just want to say before we get started, thank you. You guys are absolutely wonderful. And I'm going to come forward and get started. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Hyatt and Councilwoman Dr. Angela Garrison to join me in front as well. Councilwoman Hyatt is a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. And Councilwoman Dr. Angela Garrison is a proud sorority member of Alpha Kappa Sorority Incorporated. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
So good evening, everyone. I have the pleasure of honoring the first group of honorees, and they're coming from Alpha Phi Alpha, Alpha Kappa Alpha, and Kappa Alpha Psi sorority and fraternity. The first honoree that I'm going to bring up is Council President C. Lawrence Crump. Denise L. Taylor Hill. Brooke Tippins, and Christopher Mobley. It is my honor to read a little bit about each one of our amazing honorees. Council President C. Lawrence Crump is recognized for his leadership as the Council President of the City of Newark, continuing a family legacy of public service while applying his legal expertise in leading a high-impact economic and community with distinction and vision. And next honoree is Denise L. Taylor Hill, and she merits distinction for her 32 years of consistent leadership at both regional and local levels and national in many distinguished organizations, and is a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, serving as a bridge builder and mentor across multiple generations and chapters. And next, we have Brooke Tippins. We are celebrating her for her legacy as an Ivy League educated woman with over 35 years of sorority experience to transform community relations at University Hospital while empowering local communities within her service area. So we thank you, and then, and last but certainly not least in this particular esteemed group, we have Christopher Mobley, who merits recognition for applying his extensive municipal government expertise to enhance economic development and sustainable housing initiatives while serving on multiple boards that benefit Hillside residents. We thank our first honoree group. So thank you so much. We have several presents. And definitely not last but not least, I would like to bring up one very, very important alpha who is in the room. I believe he's here. And that's Dr. Christopher, the Reverend Dr. Christopher Michael Jones. Please join this group. Dr. Christopher Michael Jones is an esteemed member of Alpha Phi Alpha. Not only his Christian beliefs, but his impact throughout the community extends through his experiences as an author, but also as a trailblazer, bringing unique innovations to the city or the township of Hillside, and now making an outstanding impact in the state and beyond. Thank you so much for your a little something different for the sorority sisters in the room. Yours is on you. It's supposed to be on you. You left it. You left it. we're taking a picture. I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me to come on. Good evening again, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. Y'all look good. Okay. Next, we are going to bring up the men of Omega Psi Phi. And we are going to start with Mr. Charles William Watts. Woo-hoo! Charles Williams Watts, honored for his pioneering role in educational integration and subsequent 44-year career developing Newark's youth alongside 3 decades of being an inspiration to numerous Omegas from Hillside. Woo-hoo! Terry Woolard, are you here? Oh, okay. He's awesome, by the way. Principal of Hillside High School. And Anthony Salter, Chairman Salter. Chairman Anthony Salters is recognized for his community leadership and dedication to public service as Hillside's chairman of the Democratic Party, consistently championing initiatives that include student engagement and support for local governance. Chairman Salters. Next, we are going to honor those divine, lovely divas of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And we will start with Miss Hawaiian Thompson Epps. Hawaiian Thompson Epps merits distinction for creating multiple pathways to success for young people from her Prom Princess project, providing 2,000 or more formal gowns to her leadership in male empowerment initiatives and advocacy in the criminal justice system. Hawaiian Thompson Epps. Next up, we have Sora Gail M. Hunter. Gail M. Hunter is recognized for breaking barriers as one of Colgate University's first female graduates before dedicating her career to child welfare and community service across multiple organizations in Hillside and beyond.
Just want to say a few words there. Actually, I'm still working 59 years teaching in Newark, New Jersey. think the kids need some experience.
We're almost there, we're almost there. We're saving some of our best for last. See, now it's a couple left now. It's about... All right, so we're going to call next my sorority sisters, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Could you please come forward, Miss Cynthia A. Atkins. Dr. Cynthia A. Pryor Atkins. Would you please come forward? In addition to that, I would like to call forward my sorority sister, Vesta Goodwin Clark. Godwin Clark. Y'all stay right there. And I'm also going to call at this time the lovely ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. I'm going to call forward Miss Torrey, I hope I said that right, Freeman. Torrey Freeman, you please come forward. And my round the corner neighbor, Miss Charlene Nicholson, will you please come forward? And I'm going to call Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. Will you please come forward? That's going to be Mr. Asa C. Mitchell, and my church buddy, Darrell Stewart. And I did see one of Alpha Kappa Alpha, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated members come in. Mr. Dow, Derek, Sherlock Dow, will you please come forward as well? He's a little late, but we ain't gonna put him on blast. We still gonna recognize the brother. And last and certainly not least, my brothers of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Dr. Reginald Atkins, are you here? Assemblyman Atkins. And one of our undergraduate brothers couldn't make it, but is there a brother that's going to represent him at this time? Could you please, Christian, you please come forward as well? Brother of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity. So before I let them walk off, what I didn't do was just tell you a little bit about who these wonderful people are. Dr. Cynthia A. Pryor Atkins merits honor for her transformative work across spiritual, educational, and community spheres, recognized by both county and presidential awards for excellence in woman advocacy. Let's give her a round of applause. Vesta Godwin Clark. She deserves recognition for heroic leadership of St. James Social Services Corporation, particularly during the pandemic, when her team provided critical food assistance to over 50,000 people while maintaining leadership roles at multiple levels of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Let's give her a round of applause. Miss Torre Freeman, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority. She celebrated for her 25 years of dedication to protecting vulnerable children and families through her professional role while consistently supporting Hillside through church ministry and community service. Let's give her a big round of applause. Miss Charlene Nicholson, my around-the-corner neighbor. She merits acknowledgement for her 36-year commitment to Sigma Gamma Rho, alongside her professional financial expertise, real estate licensing, and founding role in Hillside NAACP. Let's give her a round of applause. Iotas, I'm gonna say your name, Asa C. Mitchell, Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. He deserves recognition for reactivating his undergraduate fraternity chapter before rising to regional leadership. That's not an easy thing. While simultaneously earning multiple academic degrees and awards for his work for autism education. That's awesome. Let's give him a round of applause. And I see we got his frat brother back there, Judge Stevens, prosecutor. Darryl Stewart, my St. James AME church member. Let's give him a round of applause. He is honored for his transformational leadership of Phi Omega Alumni Chapter, guiding them to regional recognition while balancing a successful 37-year corporate career in entrepreneurship and church leadership. And yes, he is an excellent church leadership person. I can definitely attest to that. Let's give him a round of applause. Our undergraduate brother couldn't be here today, Priestley, but again, we're celebrating. Now it's important that we recognize our undergrad bros because they keep this going for us. So I was very glad, and he's from NJIT, where I actually pledged that as well. He couldn't make it this evening because he had some undergraduate commitments that he had to do, so we understand that. But his brother standing in his place right now, I'm just going to say about him, he celebrated excellent academic achievement as honor student in STEM at NJIT, while representing the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated through his leadership as the ace of his line. He's not here, but let's give him a round of applause. You know, this one's a little personal for me. I don't even need the paper for this. Assemblyman Reginald Atkins, a brother of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity. I have had the honor of working with him and seeing him come through as a brother of Phi Beta Sigma, and watching his work on a political level and connecting the dots with the fraternity is just an awesome thing to see, the way he works and the way he represents our community. I don't know when he sleeps. Like, you know, he gets up in the morning, the first thing, he inspires me. People tell me I inspire him with my posts. He inspires me every morning, grace and peace. And he's always even killed. But more importantly, he does the work of the community. It seems like he never gets tired. My brother, Dr. Reginald Atkins. Will you please give him a round of applause?
So we're going to please step to the right, and actually I know we have an alpha who we're going to bring back up to get his award after we do this picture. So Councilman, Councilwoman, if everyone can step to the right.
Turn this way we can check. Raise your right hand.
I'll let Sherlock Dow and all the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated gentlemen to please join us here. Of course. And Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, please come and join. This is presented to Sherlock Dow. So we have First Fam representing. And just open it up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sherlock Dow. I'm the current president of National Panhellenic Council of Central Jersey, and I would like to thank the city of Hillside, specifically Councilwoman Angela Garrison and Council President Craig Epps, for this prestigious honor to be recognized for the work that we do for Union County and the work that we do inside of Hillside. So just want to thank you once again, the city of Hillside, for this prestigious award, and we'll continue to do the work as D9, and looking forward to seeing you all at two of our state initiatives, which is D9 in Trenton, which we just did, and thank you all for coming out and supporting, but we have more work to do. On June 7th, we're having our phone back call out, and I expect to see each and every one of you D9 members there with your colors. We got some work to do, and given the political climate, we need each and every hands available. Thank you so much.
So I am going to give everybody the chance to speak if they would like. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a few more pictures. We're going to have a brief recess, and I'm going to open up the floor to public comments. At that time, any of the honorees that want to talk, you can come up during the public portion of it. I'm not going to have you wait the whole meeting. So just give us about 15 minutes. But before I do that, I wanted to acknowledge my two councilwomen who helped make this happen this evening. First, I want to call Councilwoman Andrea Hyatt forward, please. So, again, I just want to say thank you publicly to Councilwoman Hyatt for everything that she does for our community. She's one of our best council people. Listen, we're going to keep it 100. We don't always see eye to eye, but we do continue to do the work for our community. And again, I appreciate you, and I just want to say thank you for all that you do, Councilwoman Hyatt.
Thank you.
And definitely last but not least is, again, Councilwoman Dr. Angela Garrison. I can't say enough about how instrumental and how important she has been since she has joined our council team. She has been nothing but the most staunch team player that I've ever seen before. Immediately just jumped in, boots on the ground, doing the work. And I'm so proud of everything that she has done, brought to the table thus far. And again, I just want to acknowledge you in public and to say thank you, Dr. Angela Garrison.
So my comments this evening is actually, I'm going to pass it to the Reverend Dr. Christopher Michael Jones to come up. It's always important to have a spiritual moment in these D9 gatherings. We also have the good Reverend Atkins as well. But as a spiritual leader in the township of Hillside, we are very proud for him to be a member of D9. I ask you to come up and close us out, please.
On behalf of the council and the members of the Township of Hillside, and especially those of you who are a part of the D9 community, it is a privilege to be amongst such an esteemed, highly esteemed group of servant leaders. And my prayer is that we would continue to keep our hands to the plow, that we would continue to do the work, and in the words of Alpha, hold up the light. Thank you.
So if you give me a minute to return back to my podium, I'm going to call for a brief recess. We're going to have about 10 minutes a break. You guys enjoy the food, take a few pictures. Then we're going to go right back into the meeting. If you guys want to stick around, public comments will be first, and you guys can come to the podium and say what you like. So let me just return back to my desk. One second, council members. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to have a brief recess for 10 minutes. Can I get a motion, please? Can I get a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We'll resume in 10 minutes.
And can all the Alpha and Alpha Kappa Alpha women please meet outside for a quick group picture? Right outside.
Okay, everyone, can I have your attention for 1 second? Can I have your attention for 1 second? We would like to take a group picture of everyone with the full council. So can we do it out there? Everyone who's a part of any organization, we want to take a picture outside with the council.
All right, get the rest of my council members. We're going to get started. We're going to resume. Public comment? Can you come up for public comment? Come on. I'm doing the next. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, we're going to get started in public comment. All right. All right. Everybody's back. Can I get a motion to return back into regular session?
Second.
All in favor? All right, we have, as stated, I'm going to see if the council's all right with me moving the agenda a little bit. I want to open up the floor for public comments. Can I get a motion to open up the floor for public comments?
Second.
All in favor? So public, the podium is now open for public comments. Is in reference to anything you would like to talk to. Please state your name and your address. You got 3 minutes, and we're going to hold you tight to that, close to that, 3 minutes, because we got a lot of people who may want to talk. So you have 3 minutes. The timer is going to be on when that timer goes up. That's it. We're not allowing second round chances to go, so get your questions in. It could be in regards to anything you want to talk about. Anything you want to talk about. You might not get the answers that you want tonight, but you can put it on record that these are the questions that you may have. So again, at this time, the floor is open for public comments, and the public is welcome to come to the podium. Please state your name and your address when you come to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominic Muhammad at 914 Dominique Muhammad at 9 Broad Street in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name. I'd like to greet you all with the greeting words of Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullah, barakatuh. To the council members, election office, D9, and all the brothers and sisters, I'd like to greet you all with a little brief description of, on behalf of Masjid al-Hadi, we would like to go on record for the upcoming event for Ramadan 1447, which corresponds with February, March of 2026. I am asking for your support in helping me to plan a Union County interfaith communion in iftar in your town. I'm honored to serve as the chairman for the initiative to make this iftar successful. We would like and need the support of the township. Also, I will look forward to having a meeting with 3 or 4 members to plan the legislation of the meeting and get into details and bring it back to the committee with any corroboration, with anyone that is willing to sit down with the committee. We will use a Hillside, Linden, Broadway, Roselle, and Elizabeth as the 5 towns. It's 5 Thursdays in the month of Ramadan that we would like for you guys to come on board. I'd like to greet you as I came to you with the greeting words of Assalamu alaikum. If there are any questions, I can leave my name and my number for anyone to get in contact with me. And inshallah, hopefully in the future, in the next couple of upcoming weeks, we can have some kind of sit-down meeting. And you have my name and my number. And thank you very much for your time and understanding.
Sir, can you please ensure that my clerk, Ms. Harris, has all your information before you leave today, please?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Arthur Kovitz, 327 Trinity Place, Hillside. Before my 3 minutes start, I would just like to say welcome back, Ms. Harris. All right, I have a couple of things. I just got an Oprah request late tonight, so I'm not going to really harp on that. So I need to know a couple of things. I know it's election season coming up, and we're probably paving Wilder Street. Since when does the town put in people's sidewalks, curbing, and give them brand new aprons? Is it because the 4th Ward, the mayor needs that side of town? I don't know. But when you pave my street, are you going to give me a new apron? Or they pave your street, are you going to get a new apron? They put all new sidewalks going down Wilder Street. Now, I know that probably came out of a grant money, but we've never, why do we pay for residents' personal property? That's something, I know I'm not going to get the answer from the attorney, so I'm asking the council president, maybe he can get it. My other thing is, I've been saying this for years, and I finally just got the paperwork. There's a $100,000 delinquency on the fire hydrant bills. We pay the bill every month, but it's been over $100,000 behind. Now, those are for the fire hydrants. Most of the administration that runs this town on a day-to-day don't live here. Now, I know the water company will never turn them off. But what happens if they ever did? I don't think they ever would, so nobody should get nervous. But if we don't pay them, are they going to put that $100,000 on this year's budget to make good, so that's more taxes we're going to pay? I got the bills. I finally got them after all these years, and it shows that we pay the $30,000 a month, $35,000 a month, but there's always a $160,000 balance. And I've been saying it, there's a $100,000 delinquency. We need to find out when that's going to be paid. Is it getting thrown into the budget to pay for it all? And my last thing was, and I'm not saying this was a bad thing, I just got the Oprah request tonight for the traffic study. I do know a little bit about MUTD. When you put up stop signs on a 4-way street, you need to get it approved by the DOT in a traffic study. I just got the traffic study tonight. I'd like to know if it was approved by the DOT. That's the first thing. There is markings missing that's supposed to go up on those things. So we have the study, so the mayor should not go on Facebook because it's quite clear in the MUTD, which is the Bible of the traffic study, you can't put a 4-way stop sign up for speeding. And I saw it myself. She put an ad up and she posted it that they put a 4-way stop sign up to stop the speeding on Westminster Avenue. When you put a four-way stop sign, it's mostly for accidents and crashes. It's not for speeding. So the lawyer should tell her to stay off Facebook when she's advertising stuff that's wrong. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can get my answer.
Yeah, Mr. Cobus, you got to give me some time to get the answer to your first question. I know you directed towards me, so give me.
Well, I'm directing them all to you because I know I will not get any answers over here.
Okay, just I'll definitely get back to you to the answers to your question.
Thank you.
Amanda Bushman, 856 Gateway Street in Hillside. So two things I just wanted to say. One is I've been following what's been going on with the Hardy family, and I just want to share my heart and my empathy with them, and that I stand with them. That I hope that they receive justice and they know that their neighbors stand with them, and he has no place in Hillside. And if there's anything I could do for them, I want to be able to do that. I've been heartbroken over it. So that, and then the other thing is, as a mother, I'm very appreciative of the four-way stop that was put up as both a pedestrian and as a driver. I've always been very nervous about that intersection, and I've been very pleasantly happy about that. I now feel safer both in driving and when I'm walking with my children, especially on these nicer days. So thank you for that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear your name. Could you just repeat your name again?
Sure. Amanda Bushman.
Amanda Bushman. Okay, thank you, Ms. Bushman.
Good evening. My name is Diane Marshburn. I'm at 1458 Maple, and I have family property at 1585 Summit. The problem is a block and a half of Summit Avenue is Newark, and the rest is Hillside. And for 52 years, family have lived there. They don't pave that street because of the Newark problem. And this has been going, they got big holes in the street. It's a busy street, especially when you get on the Hillside end because it's wider, because it's only parking on one side. So how can they just get the Hillside Avenue, Summit Avenue paved? And I don't know what the issue is with Newark, whether they don't pave theirs, I don't know. But this has been going on for years. She's been there for 52 years.
Grace and peace, everybody.
Grace
So happy
and
to be in Hillside. I'll be honest with you, I miss Hillside. Assemblyman Reverend Reginald Atkins from the 20th Legislative District. I just wanted to say how I'm proud of what Hillside is doing, the municipal council, the leadership. And here's the reason why. Oftentimes, when a town has so many nonprofits, individuals who are doing great work, a lot of times it's not acknowledged. But today, it was. D9 is all about individuals who have adopted a culture for service. And that service is for all humanity. And today you did something so heroic, and you did something that should be used as a role model throughout our state. That Hillside appreciates the efforts of nonprofits and those individuals who are providing services without a thank you. On a legislative note, I'm happy to report on today that the governor signed one of my bills into law today. And it was a law that's focused on mothers. As a result of him signing this particular bill into law today, mothers no longer will be required to do jury duty. Mothers who are taking care of their children. So I'm excited about it, and it's all about meeting the needs of the people. Hillside has been a pass-through place instead of a destination place. And it's good to see that leadership is being focused in on making this a destination and not a pass-through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Denise Taylor Hill. My address is 1240 North Broad Street. I've been a district leader in this town since 2015. I just want to say thank you to the municipal council, especially those who serve or members of the Divine Nine, Councilwoman Hyatt, Councilwoman Garrison, my legacy in Alpha Kappa Alpha, and Council President Epps, and also to Chairman Salter. I just want to say thank you that you thought it was not robbery to honor community servants. And so I hear a lot of complaints and whatever, and I got it. I live here too. But I'm going to say thank you again. And also, going forward, it's like a family, right? When the family doesn't make good collard greens, you don't say it in front of the whole family. You take them in the kitchen and say whatever you did with the collard greens. As we move forward, it's election season. I don't want to see any kind of negativity about the town I'm paying taxes in on social media. So I'm just saying, as we go forward, work together as a family, but again, I thank the entire council for honoring the Divine Nine. I say congratulations to all my Divine Nine brothers and sisters who are honored here today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gail Huntrick, 1045 Fairview Place. I just wanted to say thank you, as the other honorees have said, regarding your willingness to honor us. I want to charge my D9. Did she fall? Oh. I want to challenge my D9 sisters and brothers to come together, not only for the council, but in Hillside, to make this a better place. We are living in times where social action has to be incorporated into everything we do, or we're not going to survive as a people. We have generations and generations of examples of how we got over. And guess what? We're going to get over again, because that's what we do. So on behalf of all the D9s, my sisters and my brothers, please let us start today to get together, to put together some plans to make social action a daily thing that we do whenever we walk out our door. Thank you.
Anthony Salters, 528 Chapman Street. First, I want to thank the council, Councilwoman Hyatt, Councilwoman Garrison, Council President Epps. Great idea. I want to thank the other council members who supported it, whether you supported it verbally or just didn't say anything and kept it moving. I want to thank you for that. I want to also salute my fellow D9 organizations. We are so great. We might debate about who's the greatest, but we're all great. Councilman Rios, you had an issue with the D9 organizations being honored and me, but I saw you in the photos outside, so I want to just call the hypocrisy out, and I want to also tell you that your information about me was wrong. But if you had asked the question, you would have had the facts before you started writing. And when you talked about honoring, I wrote down some things that you've honored here. 2022, 0.55% tax increase. 2023, 1.9% tax increase. 2024, 6.2% tax increase. You voted for all that. You honored all of that. You failed to mention that while you were talking about me. We have no pool. You've been a council person for 3 summers. We had no pool for 3 summers. You voted for the library bond in that empty lot out there. No groundbreaking or anything. I didn't hear you mention anything about that. Those community meetings that you and I talked about, and I invite you to come, I don't invite you to come to contribute. I invite you to come because every time we talk about you, everybody says, who is it? So I wanted people to see you at the meeting where you could speak for yourself. So I wanted to say that when you talk about my record here being honored, I'm not really offended because my record speaks for itself, but when you have no overt, distinguished accomplishments since you've been there for 3.5 years, just lay low next time and just pick up the phone and talk, all right? Thank you.
Shalia White, 1439 Hiawatha Avenue, Hillside, New Jersey. I just want to say, I don't understand what is going on in Hillside. Tonight, we have this big sorority thing going on in Hillside. I'm around Hillside to just about everything that goes on. Half of the people, most of them, you don't even see them doing anything in or for Hillside. I just don't understand what's going on with our council people. You're not in your wards, bringing your people out to do any activities that go on in Hillside, but you're bringing a whole bunch of sorority people up in here. It's just like, to me, it's just a disgrace. Y'all need to get it together because y'all make my town that I live in, I pay taxes and I own a home, look bad. And I am so sick and tired of it. People need to get to these meetings and we need to fix Hillside. Council people, y'all need to be fixed. That's right, because y'all are totally out of order. And it doesn't look good. It don't look good for our town. Here we are, almost 8 o'clock at night to a meeting because y'all, they could have been last. And we could have been first because we talking about serious business that's going on in our town. Miss Gary, you are my councilwoman. I don't know you that well, but I'm asking you as my councilwoman, I need you in my ward, Ward 2. You all need to be out there because you could come out there when it's time to vote, and believe me, nobody won't get my vote if they ain't coming out to see the people because you don't know the people on the block. Hiya. I know your ward is over there.
And my ward knows
on
me.
my block. They don't know you.
That's a
They don't
lie
know you.
straight from the pit
But
of hell.
anyhow, I'm just like getting sick of Hillside people. People come out because when everybody come out, that's when something is going to be done right. When y'all stay in y'all houses and talk between the walls, nothing is going to get done. You listen to the he say, she say, but you don't be in no meetings to hear the real say. And I'm just telling see, I'm upset because I'm tired of this. I am really fed up. I live in Hillside. It's a small town and ain't nobody coming together. And I don't know the mayor personally like I don't know any of you personally. I like the mayor, and I don't care who don't like her. But y'all need to get out here because most of the stuff that's happening is your council people.
That's your time.
Well, put me out. I've been put out of better places than this.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sheila Hargrove Hendricks, 132 Bailey Avenue. My only concern, well, I have many, but my only concern today is I wanted to speak about Maple Avenue. It's a disgrace. It's embarrassing. I've called to pictures, emailed. I just do a lot to try to get it clean. I think I'm going to just take my husband's blower and I'm going to clean it myself because it's terrible. I saw some things that just really bothered me on Maple Avenue very recently, and I want to know what can be done. I did speak to someone in the DPW, and they had some new person or someone that already works for the town that's cleaning up, but I'm not understanding why nothing is being done. There is an apartment building at the bottom of Bailey Avenue. The trash is just too much. It's too much. I don't want rodents. I don't want roaches. I don't want that. And I want to know what can we do about the cleanliness of this town, especially CVS. I have pictures, but I don't want to bore you guys with my pictures. What can we do to make it better? I mean, I know there's a lot more going on, but for me, cleanliness is much more important because I can't even invite people to my house. It's embarrassing. It really is, David. We spoke about this, and I know you wanted to help us get things moving. But I truly want to know what you guys can do, because it's not just Maple Avenue, it's the entire town that needs to be clean. I know we have people that's working. If you need to hire me to do it, I'll do it for free. You don't have to pay me. I just need it done. So what can we do to get this done? Pick up the trash right outside here. There's a bottle broken right in front of the municipal building. Why? Why is that? I don't understand that. People are not cleaning up. I mean, you can say it's people throwing trash, okay, fine. But what about the residents? What are we doing to make these people, these business owners, these people who own these homes, clean up in front of your property? It's just a disgrace, and that's my biggest concern. So that's it for us.
Can you please make sure we have your name and information? given
Yes,
to the clerk?
Sheila Hargrove Hendricks, 132 Bailey Avenue, Hillside, New Jersey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm a little hoarse. My name is Hawaiian Thompson, Epps, 1480 Stanley Terrace. And I want to say thank you to the council because I stand proud, a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I do the work in Hillside. You may not see anybody else doing the work. I have done my share as a Hillside resident and as a sorority member. Number one, originally from Newark, came to Hillside and has done my share. So that's one thing I want to say. District leader, track coach, Hillside Board of Education president, and brought a nonprofit organization to the Hillside Rec for our young ladies 15 years ago. Working with our young ladies, grades 5th to 8th grade. And for the record, Morgan State graduates, Lincoln University graduates, Montclair State University graduates, Rutgers graduates. So when you speak of D9 and you don't see people doing the work, I do the work. I know Denise Teller does the work. I know my soror right here does the work. And the second thing I want to say, when we talk about division, we talk about who's doing the work. I brought a program to Hillside, my Prime Princess Project, and I didn't ask to come there. I started it in my home. 15 years ago, I started in my home. I was asked, oh, you did it in your home? You partner with the rec? I brought it into the rec for 15 years. Four administrations, recognition, Hillside, Channel 12 News, recognition all over all news outlets. But suddenly, honey, I'm sorry, let me know if I'm over my time. But suddenly this year, and I like to talk to the audience, because a lot of y'all have benefited from it, or your parents, or your children. I could go on and on, but I just say senior citizens, when they had their prom, they benefited from the dresses. Hillside High School, when they had their prom, they benefited from the dresses. ROTC, every year, benefited from the dresses. WOK benefited from the dress. And I'm not talking one dress. I'm talking 300 to 400 dresses just for the students here in Hillside.
45 seconds.
Okay, but when you talk about politics, I don't have the pop-up shop anymore. And I even say, my Council Rios, you did my website for my nonprofit. So he knows, my nonprofit Sisters for Sisters. But suddenly this year, partnership with North Beth Israel brought me about 80 gowns. All of a sudden, I need an ordinance. 15 years, I need an ordinance now. 15 years, I gotta pay $300 a month. I said, oh, I can do $300 because I guarantee all of you guys would have probably gave me $10.
It's your time, Mr. Zepps.
Okay, but I'm just saying, the Prime Princess Project is not here anymore. So when y'all see me and you ask, don't think it's against me. And that I don't like the mayor, I don't like the council. It was not me. And when our young ladies don't have prom gowns, don't say that it was Hawaiian Thompson, okay? Thank you.
So, in summary, Mrs. Epps was kicked out of the rec center with her prom princess dress by the administration. And so that's what she's saying, with no explanation.
Mr. President, Sip Whitaker. I'm on Williamson Avenue here in Hillside, New Jersey. I'd like to just piggyback on the young lady that's here earlier about Bailey Avenue. And we did have some issues on Bailey. It was paid 3 times. So that's a lot of money that we put in. The same thing happened on Lower Williamson.
I can't hear you, sir.
I wanted to piggyback on the young lady about Bailey Avenue. Bailey Avenue was paved over 3 times. right? So that's our money that we put in 3 times on that road. The same thing happened on Lower Williamson. They had paid 3 times. Now, I understand what the young lady is saying because it's a lot that can be done. Now, Maple Avenue. How could we clean up Maple Avenue? I'm right around the corner. And here's my concern. I couldn't imagine what those yellow stripes were on the ground. Can somebody help me with those yellow things on the curbs? I think that's a spot for no parking, but they park there anyway. I don't see anyone driving through to put a ticket on anyone's cars or anything. That block, Maple Avenue with the yellow sign, it shouldn't be there, and it goes for 2 blocks. That's the reason why we have trouble on Bailey, Williamson, and Lower Williamson. Now, the other thing I want to say something that I think is really good, and that is money. We can make money in Hillside, but we have to go and get it. As an example, do any of you recognize a light that's open, that's on? A street light that's on in the morning, that's on in the evening? Therefore, there's money that needs to be made there. How do we get the money? It's public service. We ask them to pay the bill. And this way we can do more with the money that we need. Okay, so if the light's on, then we need to have public service pay the bill. If the light's off, then that's okay. So there's a couple of things that we need to address. And there's something else, right, as far as housing. Right, I think that Hillside is 2.78 square miles and roughly 258 homes in the township. These are some of the things that we need to go in and address for all of Hillside. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry I had to interrupt, but I had to say that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, so I have to bring it all the way down. But my name is Carla Gardner. I live at 250 Bellevue Terrace, Hillside. I've been a Hillside resident. This month will be 30 years that I've been in Hillside. I moved to Hillside when my daughter was 11 months old, and this year she'll be 30. My complaint is against the mayor. My daughter played at that PAL her childhood, high school. I threw parties for Hillside residents for years. When my daughter was in elementary school, high school, I would give backyard parties, garage parties for the Hillside resident kids because they had nowhere to go but that path. They didn't have places where they could play or do, stuff in the community. So I would give them parties so that they could have something to do, so that they would have a little bit of fun. People would call the police on me because of the kids. The kids didn't do nothing wrong. So now my complaint is against the mayor. Now that's Hillside, because my daughter was defending her brothers during Christmas season for somebody that didn't even live in Hillside. She came because she knew that the community was giving out toys. My daughter defended my two boys, 11 and 9, and the mayor kicked them out of the path. They love that path. They love to go play basketball in that path. They love to run around in the little playground area, and she banned them from coming there because their sister defended them, and now they can't go to the PAL. They cry every day, "Mommy, can we go to the PAL?" And I'm like, no, because I don't want no trouble. But I don't think that it's fair that I pay taxes here in Hillside for 30 years, and my 2 boys cannot go to the PAL. And the back of my house is Stanley Terrace. Now, you complain about kids getting into trouble. You complain about kids robbing and stealing and killing. But you have these 2 innocent boys that can't even go outside and play. Every time they go on Stanley Terrace to play basketball or they want to ride their bike up and down the street, somebody's calling the police on them. 9 and 11. Why are the police coming for a 9-year-old and 11-year-old that just wants to play football? They not beating up on nobody. They not vandalizing nobody's house. They not shooting and killing nobody. They not stealing. They not robbing. They're busy boys. And I say all the time, it doesn't make sense because people act like they were never kids. Now these grown-ups act like they were never kids. Like you never did anything in your community. And it's not fair. My kids should be able to play in that tile just like any other kid. My kids should be able to go on the back street and play because it's a dead end. I let them go back there because it's less traffic. That's why I let them play back there. Then when they have like friends over or relatives over, they want to go back there and play. Yes, I do have a backyard, but my backyard is like a slope because my garage, my driveway is like a hill. So I'd rather for them to play on the back street than to play in the backyard because if somebody falls and get hurt, then it's on me.
Ms. Gardner, that's your time, but can we, I think we do, well, I have your information. Maybe we can set up a meeting between yourself, I can't speak for the mayor, maybe the recreation director, and maybe we can get some type of resolve. And I do know your kids, I know them well, they're good kids. They're very good kids, and we do try to accommodate them on Stanley Terrace. Our concern, with some of the neighbors' concerns on Stanley Terrace, is that we don't want them to get hurt playing in the street, even though it's a dead end street. So maybe we can come to Ms. Gardner, some type of resolve. Again, I can't speak for the mayor, but I will reach out to see if we can have a meeting to kind of do something about this. Okay? If anybody else wants to speak first, Chairman Salters, then.
Good evening. Dennis Kobitz, 1207 Liberty Avenue. First of all, congratulations and welcome back, Clerk. Glad to see you here. I know you're going to have a hearing in a little while on the Liberty Avenue project, but that's what I wanted to talk about. As you all know, I'm the chairman of the zoning board. We know that property is or was contaminated. What I want to know is, has all the land been tested? Has all the land been remediated? Or we're just going to remediate a little portion of it and then build on top of that so those people have to live next to contaminated land? I would like to see that report that all of 1250 Liberty Avenue is no longer contaminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comments before I let Chairman Salters close out? Okay, we got a few more.
Council President, is the business administrator coming tonight?
No, she's not coming tonight. She's excused tonight.
Good evening. Aldina Mitchell, 1431 Maple Avenue. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just have a couple of comments. You know, Paula King, she's not here, but she had asked me, she said that she had heard that as far as the pool is concerned, that they're going to open up the sprinkle park in July. Is all of this, does anybody know the timeline on all of this?
Is that your only question? You can continue, then I'll answer as you have more, that's it? That's the only question?
No.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, continue, then I'll answer as.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you know, it's sad that, you know, because of politics, we go after people, you know, like Hawaiian, and it's like you're hurting the kids. You're not, you know what I'm saying? You're hurting the children, you know, and like I say, we have to put foolishness aside. Because I've been in this town for 51 years, all right? And this town has gotten worse and worse and worse. I mean, for the last 8 years, we've had nothing but promises, and I have seen nothing happen. You know, it's like we were going to get a library, we were going to get a pool, and the thing was, we did not need a sprinkle park. It's something you have maybe 2.5 months out of the year. Do you need to spend all that money? No. And as far as Hillside needing more people, they don't need to put all those people over there in Bristol Myers. Because I've always said I doubt, I really doubt, like I say, black people, they'll put you anywhere. Hey, and it's really sad because I would be concerned for people that live in that area, But like I say, everybody needs to pull their head out of the sand and look at what's really going on. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mitchell. So in reference to the pool, I know they broke it down into phases in which the sprinkle park is supposed to go up first, and the pool was supposed to come in phase 2. However, the council did request for the engineers to come before us so we can get a better explanation as to how is this going to happen. The administration refused to let that happen. So I can't really answer your question. Ms. Smith is not here this evening, but we haven't gotten the answers from the administration.
Good evening. Lanice Green. I live 1073 Fairview Place. Yeah, my neighbor. Again, congratulations for everyone that was acknowledged and this evening. I'm here speaking about Hawaiian X, Thompson X. I don't know what a lot of people do in the community because there are a lot of people that aren't as active. I know on my block, I don't really see a lot of people that come. But I know Ms. Hyatt, I know Craig, so I do know I can only speak for the ones that I'm familiar with. And for us to allow personal differences to come between helping children, I think it's absurd. Every year I get a Christmas card with the mayor, family, and that's fine, but I don't need all of that. I'm an adult, and my children grew up in this town, and my children were fortunate enough to have parents that were able to afford to purchase prom gowns and pay for things like that. But there are children in this town that can't afford it. Their parents don't have the means or the money to pay for those things. So how can you allow the children to suffer? At the end of the day, it's bigger than all of us. It's not about us. It's about the children who are our future. And you have someone like Hawaiian who really, she brought Sister for Sister to the town. My daughter was a product of Sister for Sister because my daughter and her daughter are very good friends. But needless to say, she did all of those things on her own. She had nonprofit, dinners and things like that to raise money. I used to work at the bank, so I was a part of also trying to help, fundraise for Sister for Sister. We have to get it together. All of those things, yes, the town, it could be a great place to live in. Hillside should be a great place to live in. But we have to let those little minor or discrepancies or issues that we have get out of our feelings and think about the children. Thank you.
Maddie Holloway, 141 Bailey Avenue. I know this is a public part of a portion of the meeting, but will there be another public portion or hearing before we talk about the Liberty Avenue crossing?
Yes, ma'am.
There will be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll come back later. But I just want to piggyback on what has been said about Bailey Avenue. 5 years ago, I came before the mayor, the administration, the council about Maple Avenue and the blight, the fact that the area is blighted. And we continue to talk about this year after year. I don't know if our councilman has been who's in the 4th Ward. Have you been to that area and you've seen what the complaint is from the neighborhood, it's terrible. You don't even want people to visit you. It's just that bad. You got trucks, you got buses, you got trash, you got garbage, you have everything there. And that should not be allowed to happen in Hillside. It's just totally unacceptable. The neighbors have been telling me, I have been telling you, and this problem continues to exist. And I want to know, I see our attorney is here tonight, maybe he or the administration can answer, why are we continuing to live this type life in Hillside? Why do we have to have the quality of our life in Hillside to this degree? And nothing is being done about the 1600 Maple Avenue. If someone could speak on that, I would appreciate it. Could I get some answer or something, or which direction we as township residents should be headed, you know, paying the amount of taxes that we're paying? And even at that intersection right there, you have cars that are parked there on the yellow lane where you can't even see how to exit Bailey Avenue. I mean, it's just an accident waiting to happen because cars parked there, buses parked there, and if there's anyone riding around, I'm sure they would see that these people should be ticketed. It's an ongoing problem. And if someone with the council could address this, and while you're thinking about the next part of the meeting, I'm just wondering if you have gotten the information that you feel that you deserve to make an intelligent decision about what should happen in our community on Liberty Avenue. Have you done your due diligence to see where we should be headed with that? Have you thought about our taxes? Have you thought about the sewer system? Have you thought about the impact of that?
Ms. Holloway, we will, the other portion, but that's excellent questions, but we'll deal with that during the public portion of the hearing for the development. Yes, yes, I have. I'll try to have conversations with the administration to see what we can do you've been talking about it for a while. Yeah, so I'll
Council President, if I could?
Yes.
Yes,
Councilman First.
So just a quick comment on some of these comments that have come up in front of us. Just so you know some of the part of the process, and first and foremost, I want to thank Pastor Jones for opening up his church to us so we would be able to have Fourth Ward meetings to discuss things like this. Because we've been to Williamson Avenue, we've been to Bailey Avenue, we've been to Maple Avenue, and what we have found and what I've seen firsthand is the garbage there, the lack of cleanliness, and what this comes down to, and we've talked about this before, is that the code enforcement in Hillside has been backed up over 200%. What that means is the courts can't keep up with issuing the tickets, or with resolving the tickets. So people are doing what you're saying, and there's no penalty. The courts can't keep up with the volume of tickets that are going on there. So what would ideally should happen, and we funded this out of last year's tax increase, $20,000 went towards the courts to fund a second judge to help handle this. What that would mean is, as these problems are coming up, if people are getting tickets and having to pay for them, that's the first line of defense to getting these types of things to stop. The other thing is having department heads at these meetings. You're bringing up great points. There are code enforcement people that should be here. There's police that should be here. There are department heads that are required to be at these meetings. They don't come, and they're told they don't have to come. That is a problem. We've been talking about this for a year. There's been no resolution to this, and it's indicative to what you're saying. The council, when we hear these issues, we bring this up, we send it to the business administrator, we say, here are the problems on Bailey, on Maple, and whatever, and she's supposed to send out code enforcement. There's no follow-up to that. We don't get reports on these things. We've asked, we don't get them. There is a systemic problem with what you're saying, and I know you're right about what you're talking about, because I've been there and I've seen it. There are ways to resolve these things, and I think we're going to have to start changing the way we do things, because to everyone's point here, the council has been willing to work with the administration. We've done that. We've approved budgets. We've approved bills every single month to make sure that there's no excuse why these things should be happening, despite the fact that we don't get what we ask for. So that's going to change. and I appreciate you bringing up these points. The most we could do is do the same thing, and that's not working. So we're going to have to change the way we do things, and it may not look pretty, and it may not look like the council is working with the administration as much as we have, but something has to change. We have to be able to enforce what we're here to do.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Carnegie Gardner. I live at 1563 Leslie Street in Hillside. I want to speak on behalf of Ms. Hawaiian. I'm a volunteer for her, and I am there every year to help her giving out the gowns for the children. So just think about if you have a child and you don't have the money to afford a gown. Some of these gowns are new, still with the tags on, and people are willing to give her these gowns every year. So I'm just going to say we need this for our children. It's not for us. It's for the children, and it's about the children. Thank you.
That's fine. I'm going to let, because she hasn't been up there, so I'm going to allow her to talk first, and then you'll yield your time to Chairman Cole.
Annie Davis, 1544 Morris Place, Hillside. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for, I don't know if everyone here knows that we now have an ordinance. It's in place, right? That we have an ordinance for boarding houses, and rooming houses, and Airbnbs. But still, on Morris Place, I'm still dealing with, it's not, I guess, a boarding house anymore, but it's still so many different people. And they're coming in and going out, and there's so much garbage. And I don't know how you're going to go about, checking this out and putting, whatever needs to be in place. Then there's the thing with the noise ordinance. What time is it for noise? I don't have a problem with parties, because I've done my fair share of cookouts and parties, and believe me, I blast the music too. But at a certain time, you would think it, to start turning it down. But when you go 9:30, 10 o'clock, and the music is still blasting, my next door neighbors, they had a party, and I didn't bother them. I let them go on. I tried closing my windows and my doors. And eventually my son was walking his dog, and he told me that he saw the police coming down my block. And they turned the music off, when they came. And they even apologized the next day, which I was appreciative of. But, what we need to be concerned about is like our next door neighbors, who's next door to us. On my block now, if I was to go to try to sell my house, if I was me and I came there and I saw the houses, the 3 houses that's right there at my block, I wouldn't buy that house. I have no desire to sell, but if I wanted to sell, I would be able to sell my house. And so then we have so many contractors coming into the area. On my block there's 3, and I know it's because of the depth of our property that they could put those trucks and those backhoes and everything in their yard. And that's all day long and all night long that's going on. So do we have, what can we do about that? And they're not covered. They're not garage kept. And I understand they're supposed to be garage kept. And my last thing is there is 2 sides to a story. We sit here and we listen to one side of a story, and we want to eat our mayor. And it's not right. It's not right. The mayor and the council should be working together. They should be working together. It's not the mayor and the council. It should be together.
It's your time
And
now.
until that happens, we're not going to move forward.
Okay.
We're not.
Thank you. Chairman Salters.
Just want to say, if anybody wants cupcakes, they're over here. Anthony Salters, 528 Chapman Street. I want to say that the last Public Works Director used to walk with code enforcement down the streets of Hillside. That might be a good practice to adopt again. We need to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. The pettiness is at an all-time high here. Let me explain something. The directors, department heads not being here, it doesn't hurt the council, which is the intention to hurt the council. It hurts the residents here who need solutions. I'm at the high school. I know many of those young ladies need the service that Hawaiian Eps provides. That saves their families $200, $300. And if you have anybody who's a senior, or you remember your senior year with the end of the year culmination activities are some of the most expensive activities now. Yearbook, trips, dues, everything. So this cuts down and helps families. So when she's not, when she's denied the room, I guess it's intended to hurt her. It doesn't hurt her. It hurts those families in the high school. And it's not only the high school, it's seniors who go to other school districts who come to Hawaiian's operation to get the dresses. Thank you.
Hardy family, not just behind them and beside them, but also in front of them, in saying very, very clearly that there is no place for ignorance, intolerance, racism, hatred, bigotry, or any other form of disrespect to another individual. As many people said here tonight, we have disagreements, but we all inhabit this small township and this very tiny earth. And we're all God's children. We've all been endowed with our strengths and our weaknesses, with our character flaws and our strengths. And there is no place in this township or anywhere else for hatred. There's certainly none, no space for that in my heart, and I know in all of yours. And so I speak for myself, but I'm sure for many, many others. I say that we're with the Hardys, and we will continue to do everything we can as individuals and as a community to work with the authorities to ensure that this matter is appropriately dealt with, and to continue to working for and with the children in our community to know that these things are wrong, that these things aren't acceptable, and to know that no one is born to hate. They have to learn it, and it's our job to teach them the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Well said. Thank you. Anything for public, anything else for public comments? Seeing none, motion to close public comments. All in favor? So I'm going to break a little bit of protocol because everything was said today was very impactful, but I am going to allow the council to have remarks now because I think it's important that you hear the council voices before you leave. I know we have a business and know we have an agenda, but it's important that you hear our council members' voices as related to some of these issues. So can I get a motion to open up the floor now for council remarks?
I move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hyatt, council remarks, please.
Thank you, Council President. You know, the state of the world right now is in a place where things are being taken out of law. Taken out of law. So the president is trying to erase Black history. He's removing rights for all people. He's removing all types of things that are critically important to the well-being of everyone. And while it may not have affected everyone yet, it does appear that at some point in time it will reach your door and your home or your children or your grandchildren. And as I sit here today and I think about each of the mornings that God wakes me up very early to pray, I understand why. Because people are still being manipulated and deceived daily by the enemy in plain sight. All the while claiming some faith, some form of religion, some relationship with a being that's other than just us. We've watched things happen in this town consistently for 8 years. We've watched as the mayor disallowed council members to use this building. She's disallowed us to use the rec center. She's disallowed residents to use the rec center. She has the parks closed. We've seen that consistently for 8 years. We honored Hawaiian in 2017 for what she does with the gowns at the rec center, at one of the first Women's History Month programs since Mayor Garrettson left. Right. So this is not new, while it might feel new because it's the first time that it may have impacted you. We've watched the streets get dirtier and dirtier. We heard from 4 residents in the Bailey Maple Avenue area. Bailey Avenue is the mayor's street. So we can say all day the story is one-sided. She lives there. She lives there. Code enforcement and every function within this building and the administration is a function of the executive branch of government. The executive branch of government is the mayor and the administration. Our job as the legislative branch of government is to establish law, to enforce law, and to deal with the money. Legislate, investigate, and appropriate. That is the extent to which we have power up here. In addition to, we are to ratify contracts, we are to ratify department heads and directors, and we are to ratify things that are going to be spending over a certain amount of money. So if we start by understanding what the roles and responsibilities are of each branch of government, then we could recognize when we're being lied to, instead of continuing a lie because we don't know how the law works. Then we can say, okay, we don't like the fact that we pay taxes and the streets are dirty, and we come to the council meeting to make that point, but as you see, the business administrator is not here. If you look in the law, you will see that the business administrator is responsible for all day-to-day activities that take place by the employees of this township. This council has one department. They're sitting right in front of us.
The clerk's office is the only department that we have any say over. You can be mad at us. You can want to believe what you want to believe because sometimes the truth hurts so badly you would rather believe a lie. You can say whatever you want to say. It doesn't change the law. It doesn't change where the power is. It does not change who's doing what. And if you look at the facts, this council has tried over the course of 8 years to work with Mayor Dahlia Latrice. You might not want to believe it, but if you look at the facts, you will not miss it. But again, we have to get to a place where we look in the mirror and decide, do we want the truth or do we just want to believe what we want to believe? Because that's the only way it's going to get better. You can't work with somebody who chooses not to work with you. We can't make her do anything. We could have been extremely restrictive with the legislation. So to the point that Councilman David made earlier, we've approved budgets. We've approved temporary budgets. We've approved emergency budgets. We've paid bills that were not legally entered into so that the residents wouldn't suffer not having the service. That's what we've done. And again, I say, if you look at the facts, because everything we do, it goes on a piece of paper. So all you have to do if you want to know the truth, go right to that clerk's office. This is Madam Clerk Raina Harris, registered municipal clerk, 20 years of experience. This is Brooke Nieves, deputy clerk, who's been here for what, 9 years? 8, 7? Right in that clerk's office, if you want facts. So instead of taking what someone tells you, because it's easier that way, instead of that, if we go and get the facts, you'll be able to see what's real and what's not. And then your emotions won't lead every time we make a decision. But you'll have something informed to base your decision on. So when we talk about things like, and some of y'all might be here because of the Facebook post from last night, every election year, a new excuse arises. Every election year and every budget cycle. One budget cycle, not to put you on the spot, Councilman Rios, he did a poll. Everybody showed up for the budget hearing. We went line by line through the budget hearing. And the majority of the people said at the end of the meeting, oh my God, it wasn't anything like we saw. Facts. But we have to make a conscious decision that we want to deal with facts. She put up a post last night saying businesses aren't paying their fair share. And the council voted against it, and so on and so forth. We are here with the obligation to make decisions based on accurate, timely information. If we don't get accurate, timely information, you cannot force us to make a vote because you decide to give it to us at the last minute. You can't expect us to make a decision just because it's what you want to do. And you most definitely cannot expect us to make a decision that clearly indicates discriminatory practices. Because that's not legal. So again, I say if you want facts, I'm not talking about opinions, I'm not talking about propaganda, I'm not talking about pretending for any reason other than, if you want facts, you will ask for the document that we did not get, because maybe you'll get it. You will ask what addresses they were trying to tax, because we didn't get them. You will ask how they used what number to determine how many other businesses they want to increase taxes for, or do a new assessment of based on something else. And then you might even think about, is it okay for them to come to your house and say, because your house looks better than yours, I'm going to increase your taxes, but I'm not going to increase yours? Would that be okay with you as a resident and as a homeowner? But we were supposed to vote yes for that to happen to businesses, right? And sometimes seeing the post, we think, oh, dang, they're not paying their fair share. No, give all the information, not part of it. Tell the whole story, not just the piece that will incite people, stir their emotions, and get them to do what you want to do, because that's called manipulation. Every day of the week. Every day of the week. So I encourage everyone, don't take my word for it, but here's one better. Don't even be mad at me for telling you the truth. Because everybody always says the truth hurts, right? But what you have to decide is, does the truth hurt more than what you're living in right now? Because you've been living in it for at least 8 years. Your taxes went up at least 4 times. What did you get for it? What did you get for it? You were promised the library in the first and second election. You were promised the pool in the first and second election. You were promised the Little League field in the first and second election. But you all are mad because I tell you the truth. That's all I'm saying. So either you want facts or you want to be lied to. But take responsibility for whichever one you choose. Because that is the only way we're going to get better. Thank you.
Councilman Furstein.
Hard to follow that. I'll just add a couple of quick points. I think as we started this evening, we noticed there's a lot to celebrate. There's a lot of good people and a lot of things that go on here that we're not even aware of. I wish I could join a sorority. I've never been a part of one. The fraternity. Either one. No one wants to have me. I'm just telling you, no one wants to have me. But I see such good things. I didn't grow up with this. I had 2 parents that were public servants. My dad was a rabbi in the clergy. My mother started schools for kids. They worked on bootstraps. They taught me the value of hard work and working together and what that could yield. It's very hard to see this and to see some of the complaints here, know that we are not fully accountable for all these things because we're a little bit helpless with the way that these things get resolved. And to my friends on Maple Avenue, I'm just telling you, it's nice to say work together. We've done the part we needed to do. We passed the legislation. We worked for 4.5 months to make sure the resolution of rentals is passed. The follow-up is now on the administration. The code enforcement, the tickets, all that has to happen. We did our part. We heard you, we worked on it. We need the accountability to happen. And I think that's something that, like Councilman Hyatt said, we've seen for a long time that it's just been lagging. So my question tonight, and it's going to be going forward, is what does our future look like? What do we want Hillside to look like? We have things on the agenda tonight for development. We have people telling us, don't increase taxes, but we have no revenue coming in. Where is that going to come from? Expenses are going up, payroll's going up, healthcare is going up. How do we offset taxes with no businesses coming to town? We've been talking about this since the day I got here, since the last 10 years I've been somewhat involved in the periphery of politics. The economic development is a key piece to this town, and it's not doing much that I've seen. Businesses have to want to come here. We can't, on one hand, tax all the businesses that are here because we don't have another way to offset the revenue. It's not going to work. We're not going to say that Hillside's a place that other businesses want to come to. We have to be a little bit open-minded to say, we've done it this way for a long time. We need something different. It just can't keep doing the same thing. And I'll tell you, for me, that's what this year is going to be about. And it's unfortunately, it's an election year, and you're going to see a lot of things floating around there. And like Councilman Hyatt said, a lot of it is not going to be 100% accurate. It'll be a little bit accurate, but there's going to be some parts missing that are key pieces. We've seen that yesterday. We're going to see it going forward. It's an election year. You're going to see a lot of mud getting slung, and that's unfortunate. It shouldn't be. We've already seen what happens in this town when we tolerate that, and we don't. What happened to the Hardys was a tragedy, and I will tell you, I personally called almost every single neighbor on that block to make sure that any camera footage we had, we were giving to the police. I was in touch with the police department, everyone I could, to make sure that this kind of thing is not tolerated. It should never be. And I'll just tell you just a quick thing. The Jewish community has stood in this town together, arm in arm with everybody here. When the Black Lives Matter rally was going on, we were there. Rabbi Shapiro, who spoke tonight, was there speaking also. We love it here. We like this town. We want it to be clean. We want to see a bright future. And as Assemblyman Atkins said, this place should be a destination, not a pass-through. It used to be that when you look back when Hillside was farmland. People would pass through here, do a little business, and leave. To me, this development project is going to present something different. You're going to have a new demand on all the businesses around here. That's going to change the face of Hillside. We have to decide, do we want this or not? To me, I think I'm tired of driving down Liberty Avenue and seeing buildings that have no business going on in there. Imagine what our future could be if you had businesses and restaurants just like Montclair and Summit and every other nice neighborhood. People eating outside, enjoying things. This is going to create a demand that businesses that are going to want to move into Liberty Avenue are going to want to be there. And we can't tax every other business in town just to make that happen. So thank you, Councilwoman Hyde. I think you spoke very eloquently. Thank you, Council President. I think we need to be very thoughtful on what this year is going to look like.
Councilwoman Dr. Angela Garrison. Thank you, Councilman Firstein. Well said.
Thank you, Council President. So as I reflect on a lot of the comments that came out today, the first I thought about was attending the State of the City or Township. As I attended the State of the Township for our mayor in Hillside, we recognized two organizations I've been very proud of and a part of. One of them, the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa, the Delta Pi chapter, which is based here in Hillside, and they have consistently worked with the seniors. My soror, Mary, and I actually went on stage to accept the award. So when we talk about sororities and fraternities, and we talk about what they are or are not doing, we have to recognize they have been the backbone for many residents in this community. When I look at the State of the Township and I see Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, my sorors again, being honored by the mayor, clearly it's our fraternities and sororities that are making an impact in this community. So if we are allowing our mayor to acknowledge the work of so many people, we have to also recognize what is the problem of doing those celebrations. That's number one. Number two, when I think about the State of the Township and the council is learning information on that night, there is a clear communication barrier. We do not know the projects that are coming. We do not know the details. We do not know the vision. We don't know anything. I've only been back for a small period of time, and to get information is horrendous. I've asked the people who I've sat with for many years, well, why is this done different? Why don't we have backup information? And we're told whether it's the bills list, whether it's development projects, whether it's community engagement. Because anybody who knows me, I saw my fellow colleague in the second ward. I was on my block. I was driving home, and there was a 4-week leak on the block. And councilman said, well, I gave the information to the business administrator. Did you not? And I didn't stop there. That's not who I am. What I had to do next, I figured out, number one, this resident is about 90 years old. She's calling American Water. No one's responding. It wasn't the mayor, it wasn't the business administrator who was helping this resident who's 90, who maybe can't get through the phone, right? So I had to keep calling. And you know who else was calling? My neighbors. It was my neighbors. We kept seeing the water flowing down the street, flowing. I'm like, what are we gonna do? We figured out she had insurance, but I had to go and follow the truck of American Water to say to them, why are you not helping this problem? He happened to be on the phone, and I said, I just spoke to, and I gave the person's name, from American Water, and they said, no, that house does have insurance. But guess what? It was insurance that was a third party. So now American Water that's on this bills list, they did help, but it didn't take just a phone call. It didn't take me just saying, I'm going to pass it over to somebody else. It took me understanding the neighbors and the problem that was going on. And it took me understanding my neighbors saying, why is this happening over and over? And me understanding this neighbor gets picked up by Union County Paratransit. Maybe this neighbor can't stay on the phone an hour like I did. Was it because I'm the councilwoman now? Or was it because I understood the neighbor needed help? and her grandson was not able to necessarily get through or be persistent. So when I say, what am I doing? Or what is this council doing? I come back because I recognize I've had, like Raina, 20 years working with different people and learning and making mistakes and getting back up. But the point is, I can look out in this community and understand that the council or the mayor, this is about what are we trying to do on behalf of the community. Are we just going to talk? I've never been a talker. Anybody who knows me, I'm not about talking. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to ask the question. I remember my first time as a school board member. Dennis can laugh because he knows, and this was probably 2004. He said, no, Angela, you just got to explain it to her. You just got to explain it to her. Because I've never shied away from understanding my assignment. And as I sit here tonight, and I'm so proud of all the D9 honorees in this council for not seeing it robbery and not seeing it robbery to understand whether it's the D9 community, our Jewish community, our religious community, our business community, our residents. I have stories and stories and stories, not that ended up in, I'm going to come back and give it to the mayor or the administration. I have to figure out what is the issue. When we talk about sitting at the council, what ordinance do we have that prevents Ms. Epps from being in the community center? Has that been documented? Have we seen it? I'd like to know. I'd like us to follow up on that, attorney. I'd like us to figure that out because there's no documentation why she can't be in the building, and if it is, then we address it. I'd also, number two, like to see what is the ordinance when it comes to signs all over town. That seems to be prolific all over now. If we're going to start picking different issues, let's identify issues that are not impacting this community. If we're going to talk about Maple Avenue, we have a community cleanup, but we don't even have anybody who understands that it's sometimes sororities and fraternities and not all the residents who are out there helping to clean up. So what are we really doing and what are we saying? We are trying to build community. I remember the best experience in this township was our 100th anniversary. It was the one time different people from different parts of our community all stood up. I stood out here today and I saw two students who used to intern for me when I was the mayor. And now look at them, they're adults serving because they understood the assignment. So when we have issues at a council meeting, are we asking what ordinances are we putting in place? And if we put it in place, what's the accountability? Because again, it can be perceived as one view versus another view, us versus them. But I used to be us, and now I'm them. So if I'm us and them, I understand the assignment on both sides. So I know me sitting here today is very different than when I sat here as an at-large member, but I'm still committed. I'm committed as a D9 member. I'm committed as a council member with my council colleagues. I'm also committed as a governing body representative that is confused why the council doesn't even interact with any of the directors at a meeting. That is absurd. That is uncalled for, Mr. Whitaker. When have we last seen a meeting that we haven't had one director, one business administrator? Y'all had me in front of the council all the time as mayor, and I never ran away from it. And I took a lot for it, but I still stand today. And I'm still gonna fight. Y'all know I'm a fighter. And it's not about if somebody likes you or not, councilwoman. It's about also these councilmen and women who have been elected to do a service and a job. And at times, and unfortunately, when we're here in Hillside, it's always perceived as politics. Let's not focus on just, oh, it's politics. What is the issue that we want to address? If it's going to be this development tonight, and I want to speak on this too. We say, why do we wait to have a meeting to the end? Well, why do we have to get the information at the end on the same night? most of the times. Why is that? So if we have business, we can have business at any hour if it's something that is important to our community. What is our value proposition? What do we care about? Do we care about just business when somebody tells us to, or do we care about making sure that we understand the fabric of Hillside? And what I want to close with is, I hear a lot of different descriptions of Hillside. But Hillside, for me, from when we talked about it being founded in 1913, right? 100 years later was 213, and here we are, almost all these years later. We started as a bedroom community. We started as a community that had a black side and a white side. We started as a community that did not have as many diverse populations. We started as a community that always had a Jewish community on the other side. But we also, in 2013, was a community that came together, and we showed it was possible. We showed there was hope. We showed that there was commitment. But we also recognized that if we are going to be the leaders of today and tomorrow, we can't just repeat what's always said about Hillside. So I pray that this day is something different, and that as you hear us speak from our hearts, sharing what's on our minds, that you recognize that this is not business as usual. And if we're going to behave like business as usual, then you probably are not going to be part of the solution. Because there's a lot of people who are looking to look and be a part of what's next. And what's next is not going to be being a part of the problem. Thank you, Council President. I defer to you.
Well said, Dr. Garrison. Councilwoman Bonanno.
Okay, sure, I can follow all that up. But what I want to say is that clearly there is a problem in Hillside. Clearly we have work to do, and none of us are shying away from that work. We hear you. No one is flip-flopping on issues. We have the right to admit we made a mistake. We have the right to admit we hear you, and after you've addressed the issue with us, I can say, I now choose to vote another way. I am not flip-flopping, and neither are we. We're listening to you, and that's what you've asked us to do. You've asked us to listen, communicate, and respond. And that's what every one of us do. We sit, we read our packets. When we get packets on time, my packet was delivered last meeting, 2 days after the meeting occurred. So these are the types of things that happen. We have no department heads. We have no packets at times. We have no emails that give us the answers after we've been asked to email the questions. We are not getting the information we need to work for you. And remember, we are also taxpayers. So we don't work for you, you don't work for us. We are a team. And we work together. We are a family. Maybe a little dysfunctional at times, but we are family. And I am so tired of hearing from other communities, oh no, you live in Hillside? I want that to stop, and that's starting here. You're spreading those rumors. You're putting that information out. Stop. Those secrets, we should share them here, and we should not be ashamed to talk about them here. But don't put it on Facebook. Stop with the bullying of each other. Stop putting posts up. Let's talk. We're adults. We don't have to talk and attack one another. I don't have to have anxiety to go to a Democratic chairman's meeting because someone's going to scream at me, or go to an Easter egg hunt because I think someone's going to come near me and follow me home. Because that's what we're getting to, people. That's the hate that's happening in Hillside. And that's the hate that some of you elected in November. So remember that. That's what we have, and that's what we're dealing with. So that's where it's coming from the federal government. And remember, your programs are going to be cut. Because I worked for the county for 37 years, and I've been notified that layoffs may be coming, that there will be severe cuts in the Department of Human Services, Economic Development. All these grants are going to be slashed. So we have to deal with reality. And some of these things that we're voting on tonight, we may not see those dollars. This was proposed before you know who was in the White House. So these things in Elon Musk need to go. And we have to start getting a relationship. We have to start caring about one another and stop cutting each other down. Geez, let's stop this. I've lived here my entire life and I've never seen it like this. I started, my parents still live here. The love of my life and I still live here. I live 4 blocks away from my parents now. And I don't want to go anywhere. I moved back when I lived for a short period of time in Scotch Plains. I saw what they were entitled to. I saw what they got. I saw what the county gave Scotch Plains. And I know what we're not getting. But because we don't think we deserve it, we don't get it.
That's right.
So let's stop. Let's talk to each other. We have county employees. We have state employees. We have people that we can rely on. We have people who are economic developments. We have doctors that work at NGIT. We have business administrators. We have people with financial backgrounds. We can do better, but we have to stop attacking each other. And that's where I'll end. Amen.
Thank you. I think Councilman Joyner said he'll.
I just want to say, I don't know what to say. Wow. I'm going to absorb that in, but they're absolutely right, and we should work together because, I mean, we're a community. But thank you all for coming out tonight, and we can do better. I can't follow that. I could dance, but I can't follow that.
Tomorrow's Councilman Joyner's birthday. Happy birthday. Councilman VP Rios.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council President. I see a lot of passion here today. It's a lot of good passion. And I think it's incumbent upon us to take that passion and the council to work together and come together. Because if we can't do that as a collective here, then it's going to be really hard to do that with the administration and to get everything we need to get done in this town. Because as like Lisa mentioned, there's a lot that's happening. There's a lot that's going to be trickling down from our government, the big government, that's going to affect Hillside. It's going to affect our residents. It's going to affect our livelihood. So we need to come together. You know, communication needs to be key. And again, that was one of my issues, you know, one of my only issues with the event. Is just communication, right? And making sure that we're all informed. Because if we can't be informed here as a council, then it's tough. It's tough to work together, and it's tough to then expect the same communication, you know, other departments everywhere we go. So, you know, that and the, you know, the inclusion of one individual and it got blown out of proportion. You know, and I love my community, and I love this event that was put on today by the council members, so I thank you for that. And again, we have to stop spreading lies. We have to stop, you know, being decisive. You know, if you want information about the library, and guess what? I put it on my newsletter. You can go on my newsletter and get that information. All right, you can sign up. You know, they're going out this week for bonds, so that way they can start with the project. So there's a lot that's going on in town, and I encourage us to come together. And it's going to be a crazy year. Election year is always going to bring that out of people. But if we don't come together and, you know, take this passion that everyone here is displaying, that passion needs to be put to good use. And we all need to come together. And you know, and unfortunately, I've heard this, you know, in my 4th year. I've heard a lot of this. So what are we going to do? So it's incumbent upon us to heed those calls, work as a council body, and sit down with the administration and sit down and make it work, force them down. And that's how we get things done. That's all I got. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Rios. So I did law enforcement for 26 years in the township of East Orange. And you would think, and that was not an easy town to work in. I worked in patrol for most of my time. I worked inside the schools. I committed my life to service. came here in Hillside, did the same thing. You know, this is difficult for me because one of the challenges as a leader is bringing a township together and changing some things that were wrong in the past. Truthfully speaking, I've been 8 years I've served as council. The first 4 years, we didn't get along and we didn't do things to help the mayor achieve her agenda. Truth be told, that was the first 4 years. But I'll tell you what, for everybody who came up here and said this council hasn't worked with this mayor for the last 4 years, no offense, you are a liar. We have given them, this administration, almost everything they have asked for, and they have delivered nothing. I have in here what I call, Gail just left, community moms. Ms. Mitchell being one, Ms. Holloway being one. When I say that, I say there are people who will say, Councilman Epps, I don't really agree with what you did. They hold me accountable for the decisions that I make. And Gail is a big one, because I'll say something and say, cause she's a former church member, she says, I don't agree with what you did. But who holds the mayor accountable, for instance, for that rant she put on Facebook, social media, about the council members that voted a certain way because they didn't have all the information? And how dare you come before this council and tell the council that we're not trying to work with the mayor? That's one narrative, please. And this election year, kill that narrative. Ain't no victims narrative this election year. Because this council has given everything, almost everything. And what we got back in return, we've asked that our directors come to the meeting. By ordinance, they are supposed to be here. I went and asked her that personally. You know what the response was? No. Why, Mayor? Because when 4 years ago, prior to this new council coming on, they used to come before the council, and the council, quote unquote, treated them bad by asking them questions. So we're not going to give my administration the opportunity to be berated by the council. But this is a new council, and a new council who has tried to give you everything that you have asked for. I dare somebody to tell me something different, because I've caught a lot of slack in here from some of my community people's like, you're doing too much, and they're not returning the favor. Yesterday, just yesterday, I walked into my clerk's office. There was a community program going on in here that the council was not notified about. Wasn't notified. And one of the community members said to me that worked the desk, you're gonna stay, right? I said, I just came to pick up some paperwork. But sure, I'll stay. So I got on the phone, tried to call a couple of my council members to be a part of it. Why is the council was not notified about that? But you hold me, the accountability for her is held differently. Ms. Mayor, the ones who's close to her to speak on her behalf, why is it you're treating your council this way? What have they done for you to go on social media? You know how many calls, I couldn't sleep last night. My phone didn't start ringing at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Councilman Epps, why is she saying this about y'all? The redevelopment, we didn't vote for a redevelopment program because we felt that we didn't have all the information. We saw 29 lot numbers of businesses that were being targeted, and we was like, have the businesses been notified? Is this fair? Is this legitimate questions for the council to ask? We don't want to hurt anybody in our community. These are legitimate questions that we deserve the answers for. Was it wrong for us to say no because we didn't have all the information? Do we deserve to be berated on social media like that? And everybody wanted to say, you need to respond, you need to respond. And I guess sometimes I try to take the high road, but sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you just can't. What happened to my wife is an absolutely community tragedy. Anybody went to the mayor and said in the mayor, how dare, as a female, my God, of a D9 organization, how dare you stop prom dresses, free prom dresses, because you don't agree with the decisions I'm making on the council? You want to clap back at my wife and the community for that? Anybody talk to the mayor about that? Any of her friends talk to her about that? Who you hurting? You're not hurting the Epps household. Because guess what? My wife is going to move the project. We're going to do it out of our backyard if we got to. But is that right? But the council is not working with the mayor. Please stop that. Stop. Because that's not true. That's not true. And it hurts me to hear people say that. It really, truly does. Because I'm passionate about community service. It's hurtful. These projects that we have, the redevelopment projects, we have questions about this project. First question is, what was the community involvement about this project? We approved a pool. We're getting a spray park, and we don't have no idea when the pool is coming. We ran on, members up here ran on restoring the pool. We're getting a spray park. And when I went by, my wife went by there and said, baby, you know, I went by there today. I don't even see how you guys are going to be able to build the pool once they put the spray park up. And now, when we went to the state of address, I'm hearing reasons why, oh, by the way, you know, that, you know, the death rate and lifeguards and stuff. So you're already building an excuse as to why you're not even going to have a pool. But what community members did we take a poll and say, oh, no, we don't want a pool, we want a spray park? I'm embarrassed by that because I helped push that forward because I wanted what's best for Hillside. So I say this, and all of our, we don't always get along up here, but one thing I will tell you that we have a lot of passionate council members up here who love their community. And we don't always get along, we don't always see eye to eye. And political aspirations aside, and which was also mentioned in the Facebook post. I'll be honest with you, I had no intention on running for anything this upcoming year. I'm a retired police officer. I want to have a little bit of peace. But there are members in the community that's like, we want to see you do more, and we want to see you go further. Would I consider that? Yes. But that's not factoring in my decision of what I'm trying to do for this community. It's not fair. Let's be fair to each other. Hold the mayor, give her the same accountability as you give us. Ask her, why aren't directors at this meeting? Why? Because that's not hurting us, it's hurting you guys. Because we can't give you the answers. Now, I could just be nasty and be like, you know what, we're going to sue you, man. We're going to take you to court. They're not here. But guess what? I'm trying to be bigger than that because that also hurts the township. Because now I'm spending township money on suing the mayor on doing something that she knows she is supposed to be doing and is right. And again, I just want to say, you know, I didn't want to address my wife's situation too deeply, but why don't the community get together? It's like, we don't understand. Believe me, it ain't too much. Go to the rec center and visit. There's no reason why we can't still service those females out of that rec center for dresses. Why was that decision made? And some of my council members who support her up and down, and I even mentioned to them, well, did you talk to her? Because they don't talk to me for whatever the reason is as the council president. Did you talk to her about it? No explanation, just whispers. But yet and still, they'll talk about me when they feel as though that I haven't done something to support her 100%. And guess what? I'm not supposed to. She's not supposed to get everything that she wants. It's a hard lesson for me to learn, but I'm learning it because when I've been punished for trying to accommodate her. But when you can come after my wife with that type of ugliness and that type of spirit, listen, it ain't got to be me, but and I'm going to say this in closing, it's time for a change. It's time for a change. Motion to close council remarks.
I move.
All in favor?
Aye.
We take a quick recess, 2 minutes?
May, I would, if you guys don't mind, can we just take a brief 5-minute recess and we'll come back and do regular business. A motion to go recess, please.
Council President, before you move for recess, I just want the record to be clear that B.A. Hope Smith, as you know, is excused for personal reasons. She actually had a death in the family.
Yes.
I did not hear
Yes.
because of that and only because of that.
Yes, you were correct. All right, thank you. Motion to recess, please.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
was hot. It was hot. It was hot. All right, we're getting ready to start back up. Please get to your seats. Please, 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 please. All righty.
This is pastrami. Pastrami and mercy.
Wait. You want me to get one for that? Okay, go. I didn't see him. I wasn't.
All right.
I don't need one. I don't need one. I do not.
Let's go. Let's get ready to go. I get a motion to return back into regular session.
Motion.
I get a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're gonna say the minutes, the payment of bills are last. Go right into the ordinance. First reading and introduction. An ordinance amending chapter 186, landscaping, section 3, requirements annual fee. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I get a second.
Second.
Any questions from the council?
Yes, can we get an explanation for the sake of the public as to what the details are surrounding this?
Yes, Council President, Councilwoman Hyatt. This is amending the fee increase from $50 to $100 for 2 tags, and additional tags increase from $10 to $15 per vehicle.
Is this for permit parking?
I'm just reading the script.
No, I'm trying to find the.
Yeah. No.
When it's landscape.
I'm just reading the script. I didn't practice ordinance.
I honestly couldn't hear you. Could you please repeat that, please?
So we're increasing the fee for 2 tags from $50 to $100. And additional tags are increased from $10 to $15.
Why?
I'm guessing this is a request of the DPW director.
He said it was they're increasing the fees because of the request of the DPW director, who's not here. So that's what he said. Then, could you?
Council President. The ordinance, if I'm correct, is for landscaping.
Yes.
It's raising the fees for the landscaping. If you get a landscaper, if you are a landscaper, you need to have a license to be doing landscaping, correct? So they're raising the fee for that. Because we have people out here landscaping and they're doing it for free, pretty much. So they're raising the fee on them for doing landscaping. Is that out?
Yes.
Yeah, from $50 to $100, they raised the fee. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hyde, this was your question. Did that answer your question?
Yes, yes, it did.
I can't hear you, Dr. Cass.
It also says this. It also states that it's $15 per vehicle. Why are we charging? So they have, if it's a registered commercial landscaper. I know that we have something on the books for all commercial vehicles. Is this the same or different? The number, because we do have an ordinance for all commercial vehicles in the township. So just wondering, is this,
Well, this ordinance is only raising it $5 additional.
but is it the same or different than all commercial vehicles?
For what? For registration? Commercial tags?
In town?
Right.
Is there a fee for all commercial
Yes.
vehicles? And is it the same or different?
My understanding is that this is the same.
So everything is $15 now? We raised that much?
I'd have to double check on that, but yes.
All right. Any other questions from council? I see that it is the first reading, so we can, second reading, we have additional questions, we can also revisit it. All right. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
No. Councilman Fierstein?
No.
Councilwoman Garrettson?
No.
Councilwoman Hyatt?
No.
Councilman Joyner?
I'm gonna be different, yes. Because I know what it is, but go ahead.
Council Vice President Rios?
Yeah, yes.
Council President Epps?
No.
Fail.
Thank you. Ordinance number 25-10, an ordinance regarding public access to and video and audio recording on municipality property. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we get an explanation on this, please?
Thank you, Council President. Do you know what a First Amendment audit is?
First Amendment, say that again?
A First Amendment audit.
No, what is it?
So throughout the state, there are these First Amendment auditors. They barge into municipal buildings, county buildings, and they just start, lack of a better word, harassing staff, saying that they have a right to be there. So this is upon recommendation from our insurance company so that we can regulate where they can be in the building. Because if you don't have an ordinance, if they can get into an office, they'll get in there. But this helps us control these First Amendment audits.
Okay.
I have a question.
Councilwoman Hyatt?
Does it specify, is there any language in this ordinance document that specifically talks to that? Or would this also hinder people from taking regular video, like the Facebook live stream that's happening right now?
I think if you look under Section 3, Rules of Conduct on Municipal Property, that's the meat of it.
Mr. Montilus, do you know if that is in here or not?
If what is in here, Councilwoman?
Does is there language in this document that speaks specifically to it, for the lack of a better word, limiting the access of someone who is here with that type of intention? Or is the language general enough that it would also hinder us from doing videos like the Facebook live stream that's happening right now?
So I think under the definition section, it would be in there, but I'd have to take a closer look. Section 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a little
And
background.
Sorry, and just as a general principal explanation, and I don't think this is new information I'm giving any of the members of the governing body. These ordinances are on first reading, so it doesn't, by voting yes, it still allows you opportunity to get more information, just like the one we just voted down earlier. To the extent that there's more information that's needed, that can be provided prior to the adoption, which would be at the next meeting. So just to give everybody again, that reminder, again, I'm not sharing any new information.
Thank you. I certainly do appreciate you sharing that. But given, you know, that we still don't always get the information we request, that's probably why, you know, we went ahead with the no the first time. But I do appreciate you sharing that, though.
Councilwoman Hyde, just a little, I actually just took a training on this from my township. Literally this exact purpose right here. So we cannot prohibit how they record, so we Facebook Live video, so that's, we cannot, that's remember right. But what municipalities are doing, that are adopting, is holding them to certain areas, so that way they're not able to go behind the desk or go into different offices. But you cannot stop the impeding of their doing a video, them getting information, them being inside this public area. So like, I would imagine if this comes from the insurance, this would preclude, you know, preclude where they can go. But how they record and what they do, Facebook Live, whatever, that's all up to them. That's within their legal right. At least that was a small part of my training. So.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from council?
Councilman Epps, Council President, I'm not sure about this, and I've seen a bunch of these videos where people go in and start recording, and they do raise lawsuits, and it is an issue when they're stopped, because it is a First Amendment right for them to be able to go into public areas and record. To me, when we say, I mean, some of these definitions, I don't know if this is standard language, Counselor? Did we compose this, or we took it from somewhere else?
No, we did not compose this. We did get it from another source, another reference. So
Do you know which one?
our carrier provided some information.
I'd be more comfortable if the insurance company can explain a little bit more about how insurance would be tied into this, but and maybe what they've seen and can explain a little bit.
Well, if I may, Councilman, I think if you're comfortable with this, if you want to send me an email, again, to the extent that this is, again, first reading, that's fine. If you want to send me an email, I can certainly clarify any concerns with respect to the language.
Have we had any issues with this?
Say that again?
Have we had any issues with people walking in recording?
Not that I'm aware of in terms of, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I know that there are other municipalities that have had
for sure.
ongoing concerns and issues, even outside of this county, but we have not.
Would it make sense to get the information first and then vote for this?
Well, you can certainly get the information and vote it down, or vote it up, whatever you want to do. Again, this is first reading, so it doesn't prevent you or preclude you from getting that information at a later date.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, seeing none, roll call. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Banana? No. Councilman Fierstein?
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrettson? No. Councilwoman Hyatt?
Yes.
Councilman Joyner?
Yes.
Council Vice President Rios?
Yes.
Council President Epps?
Yes.
Carried.
025-11, calendar year 2025. Ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. NJSA 40-A:4-45-14. Can I get a motion? Any questions from the council? I have one. Didn't we previously say no to this, CFO Jones?
Yes, you did, Council President.
You want to explain to us the, well, one, why it's appearing again, and what is the necessity? You want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, I tried to schedule a meeting with the Finance Committee. Unfortunately, you know, Councilman Feuerstein's father passed. We haven't gotten together. But just in crafting the budget, and side note, just to touch on Councilwoman Bonanno's point, we have 2 health grants. One of them we just approved, I think March, last month, $168,000. So the end of March, got an email from State Health Department saying, hey, that $168,000, whatever you spent up through March 28th, you're not getting any more of this grant. So that affects the budget. So what we fund with that grant is our health inspector and our nurse, which we're required to have in our health department. So there's a need for the COLA orders for that fact alone, among many others, that we have to cover those salaries now in our municipal budget, because we cannot be without those positions.
Any questions from the council in reference to CFO Jones's explanation of this?
Yes, Council President.
Councilwoman Banano?
Is it just those two positions that are in jeopardy?
There's also the strengthening grant, which we've had the last 4 years. We submitted a budget revision for that. The grant's $80,000. We have not gotten a response, yes or no, from the state yet. So that is a position that we've had the last 4 years since we've had COVID. So again, it's like 3 positions that are affected by these health plans.
So, I'm sorry, will you finish, Councilwoman Banano?
Yes.
So can we revisit this when you actually present the budget?
Well, we have to do this before we introduce.
See, but we could do it at the same meeting, right? We could do this before we do the budget.
I don't think that's normal practice.
I think the
I
auditor.
think the second reading, it could happen at the same time, but not the first reading.
Let's confirm. The auditor told me we could pass this before we do the budget.
We can confirm that, but again, this is just kind of like delaying the process. That's why it's presented again for the body.
In addition to the health grants, what else would this be used for?
Any other increases? Just by way of example, pension for police is going up $190,000. Pension for fire is going up $65,000. Pension for civilians is going up $36,000. Joint meetings is increasing $436,000. So that's just an example of the increases that are happening this year that we have no control over.
This will give us 1%, right?
Without this, it's 2.5%. This will give us 3.5%. So it's
Right.
like an
So
extra
1% difference.
Yeah. So it's like an extra $400,000.
And that's for the administration to use?
It's to support the entire budget. It's not just for any one department.
I think the uneasiness, and I'll just speak on my behalf, is that, well, first, when do you anticipate giving us the budget?
I need that answer from the state that'll tell me what I have to do with that last $80,000.
You said 80,000?
Yes.
Can we just clarify for a second, Glenn? Leaving that answer aside, we'll get the $80,000 answer shortly, but what is the budget looking like? What are we projecting for this coming year? Ballpark.
What are we projecting?
4%, 5%, 6%?
I'd rather not say at this time.
I know.
You know.
I
and I want to meet with the committee to discuss, different options. It's not something I want to give a flippant answer to right now.
Understood. I'll tell you my reservation with this, and we can discuss it or table this or whatever you want to do. To me, this gives a cushion to the budget, and it can be used either in this year or in the subsequent 3 years, from my understanding. It can be used again later if we don't.
2
use
years.
it. 2 years, okay. To me, it puts a strain on the administration to come up with making some cuts to make sure that our budget is met if we don't pass this. Meaning, if we take away the cushion, we have to look at some really hard numbers and make some big decisions and say, what are we going to do to pass a reasonable budget this year? And I think that's going to be hard. And I think that this has been years in the making. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking global picture. This has been years in the making of spending money in other places that maybe weren't as critical, doing some of these projects that maybe shouldn't have been in the forefront. To me, passing this 1% is just giving a cushion where it may not be warranted. That's my personal opinion.
No, and if we meet, that will be clear that that's not the case.
So then
This is just to sustain service. We want to provide service to our taxpayers.
Yeah.
We don't want to see that affected in any way.
So do we want to table this, or do we want to vote on this?
I'd like you to vote on it. I really would.
Even if it comes with a no vote? Even if it comes with a no vote?
I will bring it back again.
Okay.
Wait. What do you mean you will bring it back?
I'll bring it back again. I want to meet with the finance committee.
So Glenn, so why don't we table it till we meet? Let's table it till we meet so we don't have to go through that, and this way it's still available. I'm happy to do that if you want to do that.
That's the council's prerogative.
Okay, that would be my personal approach.
As the chair of the finance
Okay.
So the Chair of Finance Committee is recommending that we table this, but we already have this open for discussion.
At this point.
So, correction, I move to table?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harris. All right, we have a motion to table, Councilman Ferguson, second by Councilwoman Hyatt. Any questions in reference to the motion to table? Seeing none, motion to table, Madam Clerk, roll call on that, please.
Councilwoman Banano? Yes, to table. Councilman Hensky?
Yes, to table?
Councilwoman Garrison? Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt?
Yes.
Councilman Joyner?
Yes, to table.
Council Vice President Rios? Yes. Council President Epps?
Yes, to table. Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So again, as a point of clarification, just so the ordinance has been tabled, it will appear at the next meeting and it will remain tabled until there's a motion to untable. But just so everyone's clear, that it will appear on the agenda for every single meeting going forward.
Thank you. Public hearing adoption. An ordinance approving and authorizing execution of financial agreement with Liberty Crossing Urban Renewal LLC for certain improvements in the Liberty Crossing redevelopment area. Can I get a motion to open this up for a public hearing?
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before we open it up for public hearing, I would like to bring forward the developers, I think, are actually here. Can you please come forward and just give the residents update about this project, if you will?
Good evening, Council President, Council members, Reggie Jenkins, Trank Isabel Siddiqui, on behalf of the applicant and redeveloper and owner of the property on Liberty Crossing. I was listening to a number of the comments that have been made to the council this evening. One struck me is when the gentleman thanked the council for all the efforts you are doing to make this township not just a pass, but a destination. That, and again, there has been a lot of going back and forth in terms of arguments one way or the other, but the one thing I've heard from both the public and from this council is that we're looking to make this a better township. We're looking to contribute to this township. This is a property that we, this council, everybody, this chamber, is well familiar with. This is the Bristol-Myers Squibb headquarters building that's been vacant and derelict now for decades. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's been derelict for decades. And it's been derelict for decades because it is not an easy project. A development of this size is hard. And because it's hard, it needs the input, the impetus, the cooperation of the township, of this council, of the administration to get it off the ground. That is what has happened so far, as the council is well aware. You've already designated this particular area as an area in need of development, which sets the groundwork for why we're here this evening. You've acknowledged that this is an area that needs help, and that needs an incentive. You have then
adopted a redevelopment plan that sets the zoning groundwork for this property and how it can be developed, the parameters of it, how high a building can be, how far it needs to be set back, how much impervious coverage is going to be allowed. In conjunction with that and consistent with what this board, this council has adopted, Liberty Crossings has purchased this property, has spent a considerable time and effort and treasure to come up with concept designs that we'll go over a bit tonight, but also even before doing that, they have bought this property now about 3 years ago. They have not just been sitting on their laurels just waiting for something to happen. Every day, and by the way, let me just take one step back. You heard from Mr. Huddle when he came before you before. And he said, from his own experience and from his own roots in Hillside, he's like, I've known this property. I want to see it flourish. I want to see that it becomes something. And he also says, I want it to become something that is not just what a typical redevelopment is. I don't want to just come in and build to the property. What he said in particular was, I want to design a property that is its own community, in the sense that you're going to have green space, that you're going to have the amenities with it, but not only that it's going to be its own community and its own destination and its own beautiful place to live.
I'll stop you for 1 second. Do me a
Sure.
favor. Come around, and I'm going to give you my mic, and you could face that way so the audience can
Okay.
hear you a little bit better. Because I don't. Maybe it's the mic, but we really can't.
Yeah, I know.
They
Some
can't-
people were
they
having a
can't.
hard time with.
Is that acceptable?
Thank you. But long story short, is that better? Thank you. But long story short, I'll sit wherever I can be heard.
Glenn, you can come sit by us. Come on over here. Hotter, seat, hotter.
Like I said, I will sit where, and I'm going to, wrap it up because I'm honestly not one of those attorneys who needs to hear himself speak. But at the end of the day, what this developer has been doing in the time that they have owned this is they have been cleaning the property. They have been securing it. They have been, all right, I'm going to just hold it like this. Is that good? So what we've been doing, and I include myself in this because I've been on the property as well, securing it. They have been cleaning it up. There was a question that was raised about the environmental. They have been expending a substantial amount of money to clean this up. And by the way, they have to, because if we are coming in for a redevelopment project, you know who's not going to let us move forward? DEP.
DEP.
We have to adhere to RSIS standards. So you don't put something on a contaminated place. Now, I also want to make one other thing clear in terms of why we're here this evening. This is not the be-all and end-all of this process. If, and we go through and hopefully adopt this evening, the financial agreement, that's just the ground, that's just how we get out of the gate. That gives us the parameters of what we're allowed to do and move forward to, and gives us the understanding, us meeting the township, but also the developer, is understanding the parameters of how we are moving forward together. We have stated every time, we're here to be cooperative, We're here to be collaborative. But what is happening this evening is we're laying the groundwork. The details of this project, and I have these up there, those are concept plans, but the details of this are going to be vetted in great detail before the planning board. And they go through, and they will talk about the contamination, they will talk about the number of cars and traffic and everything else, and the setbacks, et cetera, and so forth. But this is going to be a well-vetted, well-reviewed project. But that review starts here. And this is what we need it for. And what we're proposing is, and again, we're still in the general concept stage, but we have it's going to be 4 stories. 4 stories, sure. Bob, would you mind?
You know what you can do, Craig? Lean it against this. Lean it against your.
It's just 2 pages, because right now it's just a concept plan to give you an overall idea of what this is.
Can everyone see? Basically?
Thank you, Vanna.
And the council can see the concept from the back.
It is right. We're proposing 223 residential units, of which 40 are going to be age-restricted senior housing. That's important. And we've always seen that as an important component of this, because I know in my town, I know throughout New Jersey, everybody's saying, it's like, I love my town. I've been hearing this in every comment. I love my town. I want to stay here. If this may not be the be-all and end-all to satisfy everything, but it is a very necessary and welcome start to allowing some people to age in place here, hopefully. Another component of this is, first of all, you will see that there is a substantial amount of greenery. So again, this is not just going to be a solid facade on this roadway. There is going to be, you know, it's okay.
So that's coming all the way out to the curb of Liberty Avenue. That's the street and the houses when you come in.
Right, but again, you're going to have a lot of, you've seen the green that is being proposed there. A lot of it goes deep into the property itself. One other component, which is huge, this developer is dedicating 4,000 square feet of park space for public use. As part of the component, we are doing a community benefit payment of $500,000, which is for the township's use and discretion on its own. But one of the things, 500,000. But I think one of the biggest things that we have for a project like this is it has the ability to be transformative. Again, one of the things we heard from Councilman Firestein, he said one of the concerns is how do we get businesses to come in? You know, how do we get people spending here? You know, and it's kind of like a chicken and egg catch-22, but businesses are looking to locate where people are. And they are looking for places like, okay, I want to go and put my store where the destination, I want to put it in the destination. Right now, you've got, we know this, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we know what it is. It's across the street, catty-corner down the road. It is not something that the township in this day and age deserves. To have a derelict building just sitting there with a guy who I've dealt with personally, we had squatters in there. And me being a full-service law firm, I was there calling the cops. I was there cutting wires. I was there dodging his Rottweiler. Didn't really dodge it, I was in my car, but still, according to it, there was a Rottweiler going around. But it is a big job, but you don't need to have that. And we particularly got on that because we had heard that one of the dogs, this guy had 4 dogs, chased a kid. I personally was there the next day.
Excuse me.
On the phone with him.
I'm sorry.
On the phone.
I need you to put that mic like right underneath your chin.
It's loud in my head. I thought
So
I was doing a good job.
I don't know if they can hear you, but at this point, I can't hear you.
Okay. All I'm saying is I did an amazing job, and the developer is doing an amazing job. This is going to be an asset to the township. Everything I heard this evening about the improvement of the community, about trash in the community. Right now, there's graffiti on top. We've secured it, as best as possible. But people had gotten in there before and are making it an eyesore. What this is going to do is for everything that I have heard this evening saying we deserve something better. We deserve something that we can be proud of. We deserve something that is going to add to the community. This, and I've done a lot of development, this is going to be that asset that is only going to be a benefit to this town. You want this to be a destination place? This is going to be one of the first, third bricks in that wall of making that happen.
Thank you, sir. So stay right there, and I guess your arms are very tired. You can rest that, because I say you stay there because this is the public portion of this. So before I let the council make remarks, this is the public portion of this. So at this time, any members of the public, please come forward, state your name, address, and you can ask the questions accordingly or express your concerns about the project, if you will.
Arthur Kobitz, 327 Trinity Place. Before I ask any questions, I just want to make a comment. Everybody complained about the streets being dirty. They weren't that dirty under my watch. Public Works Director needs to get out on the road. Now, let's go up to this Liberty Crossing redevelopment. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. This could end up being a good thing. But the one thing that I have not heard about everything that you're presenting, is there a pilot program?
Correct, and that's why we're here specifically this evening. That's the ordinance that they're voting on.
But that should have been put out to the public right along so that residents can see this. This should have been, when you came for the first reading, I've been doing this for 40 years, coming to council meetings. Anytime I've seen a redevelopment, there's always a tripod, pictures, so the whole town, when they come to these meetings, get to see. This seems like it was snuck in at the last minute. Now, I know you guys have been working on it with, no, let me finish, please. I'm not here for clapping. It seems like you guys only work with the administration. I was here at the last meeting. Nothing was said. It was put through. Nobody asked the right question. Now, how long is that pilot program for?
So right now it's proposed to be, and we can get into the details of it, but it's a 30-year pilot.
No, I know, listen, I know how they work. 30 years, in my opinion, way too long. 10 years, I can understand it. You have to give listen, the developer's not coming here, and he could be the nicest guy in the world. It could be you guys. They're not coming here to try to do the right thing for Hillside. They're coming here to make money. And I can understand that, and that's great, because any developer only wants to build to make money, and that's what their job is. But we're already losing on those pilot programs. We know that the school board taxes are not going to get taxes for a long time. They're already, let me finish. They're already hurting. They had to raise their taxes over 2% this year. Now we're going to cut them out. Now, yes, the township could give the taxes, some more taxes out of that 90% that you're going to give to the town, can give it to the school, but then the taxes are going to go up. I can see 10 years as an opinion as a taxpayer. Give somebody 10 years to redevelop the property, get it all rented out, start making a lot of money, and then start paying their full share of taxes. And again, I see the picture for the first time, so does everybody else here. It looks very nice. I know I had to clean that property when I was the Public Works Director. I had to maintain it all the time, and it was sickening. But again, those pictures should have been up at the last meeting so people could have seen it, not at the last minute. And again, my opinion is I'm asking the council, vote any way you vote with your heart, any way you want, as a taxpayer, and I'm sure other people will look at it the same way. Don't give them more than 10 years. 10 years should be more than enough to build that property, get it settled, get it rented, fix it all up, and have it fully rented out. Thank you very much for your time.
So, yeah, so if I may, Mr. President, Council President, I want to introduce Robert Bennick, who is our financial advisor with regard to that, and I'd like you to respond about, to the questions that we just heard, if you would. I mean, just go through, but at the end of the day, the reason we're proposing this and being vetted with your outside professionals is not just to line anybody's pockets. At the end of the day, we look at the analysis, and for this to work, this is what we're proposing. So if you would, if you can go through that.
So the investment in the property is approximately $61.5 million in 2024 dollars. To recover that $61 million investment, which includes the environmental remediation, demolition, asbestos control, stormwater, etc., that's going to take a long period of time to be able to finance and to be able to work out. We have about a 2% return. Your financial consultants gave information to the township, which we're not privy to, but it's probably along those same lines. The reason we need the 30-year pilot, by the way, there are two resets. One reset at 12%, in other words, it goes up 20% from the original amount, and then another 1%, which goes up another, say, 8%, which is another reset. But as rents grow, the amount of pilot money that comes into the town will grow as well. Right now, the property pays $248,000 a year in taxes. On average, over the next 30 years, they'll be paying at least $1,015,000 a year in pilot or taxes. There's going to be a land tax at the discretion of the town, which can also be distributed to the schools. So the reason we need the longer-term pilot is to recover the investment. The investment is $61 million. We're not going to be receiving the rents that you would in some other areas. We're not going to compare because we're here in Hillside to make Hillside better. And the one key ingredient, and Frank Huddle, who I'm sure you're going to hear from, who's the direct sponsor for this project, is that they've already purchased the property. They didn't sign a contract, it's not on spec. They've already gone out, paid for the property, had Mr. Jenkins go out there frequently as an attorney to make sure everything was done right. They're investing millions of dollars already without having this set up, and they don't want to flip the property. They want to do this. We're doing this for the community. So the $61 million then has to be recovered. If you paid full taxes on this property, we would have a return of just under $90,000 a year on a $61 million investment. That doesn't cut it. It just doesn't cut it. And by the way, your own financial advisors or financial consultants probably said something along the same lines, maybe a little bit more fair, because we tend to be conservative. So that's number one. Number two, as Mr. Jenkins pointed out, we're giving land to the town, and we're also giving a $500,000 contribution, and all the details of this plan will come out at site plan time. This is the third step in a redevelopment process. The first step is a study that was done through the planning board and a public hearing was held. The second step is the redevelopment plan. That was done at hearing, and an ordinance was adopted with a public hearing just like tonight. Tonight's the third step of the process. If we can prove you need a pilot, that's what we've done. Now, the pilot's a payment in lieu of tax program. Payment in lieu of tax program is designed to make sure that last year's amount of taxes is paid at a minimum. So we do have a tax appeal because the $248,000 may be in dispute given the environmental remediation that we need. But except for that, whatever we paid last year, 2024, is what our minimum is going to be. So the town doesn't lose 1 cent in taxes. In addition, the increase in the taxes to the pilot, which is about $400,000, is outside your budget cap. So it's totally outside your budget cap. both the appropriations cap, which you talked about before, as well as your tax levy cap. Both of them are extinguished. So you have $400,000 of automatic cap relief. A lot of people don't understand that, and it's very important for your finance committee. So those are some of the elements that we're going to go through, and then Mr. Jenkins is going to prepare the site plan in a robust fashion for everyone to come out and see. Keep in mind that this is 223 units, 40 units are senior, no school-age children. I believe of the rest, 50 are two-bedroom and 133 are one-bedroom, no school-age children. The Rutgers studies, we did our own study on this property. 7 school-age children will be generated from this property. And by the way, we don't parse the difference between parochial school, nursery school, kids who are 18 and above tech. That's 7 kids across the board, okay? And remember that in Hillside in 2015, you had almost the same exact number of students as you do today, 10 years later. And guess what? Your tax levy went up 50% for those students. So we could talk and pierce that stuff up and parse that stuff, but that's not what we're here for. We're here to tell you why we need the pilot, what the program is, as Mr. Jenkins pointed out, and then Mr. Hutter might speak to why he's invested in Hillside. And it's a great community. We've been here a lot. Mr. Jenkins has been here probably 60, 70 times over the last two or 3 years, myself about 20 times. So there you have it.
I have a question regarding.
Name, address.
I'm sorry, Hawaiian Thompson, that's 1480 Stanley Terrace. I have a question in regards to the 40 senior units. What will be the market rate and will it increase over the years, like their rent, or is it going to be subsidized? Because you could say, what I'm saying, okay, so what will be the cost for a 1-bedroom, I guess, for a senior? Because he's saying if I wanted to retire here, that I would be happy because I like Hillside. But what if the rent is going up each year? It wouldn't be a happy situation if I want a fixed income. So I wanted to know that.
Sure. So our market study indicated a senior rent of approximately $2,100 a month. I believe the cities or the townships financial consultant was a little bit higher than that. But our target right now for 2025 to 2026 rents is $2,100 per month. No, it's going to be based upon the market for age-restricted houses in this area, but what we want to make sure is that we attract as many Hillside residents as possible. One of the nice parts about this financing is that we are going to recruit our employment base from Hillside. We're not going to restrict anybody, obviously, but our first dibs on the job fair will be Hillside contractors, Hillside residents. We will also put out the first leasing opportunities to Hillside residents, especially for the seniors. So as Mr. Huddle, Mr. Jenkins always mentioned, that as you move up from selling your home or getting out of your family abode, you can stay here in Hillside and maybe sell your asset, get some money, and move into this facility. But we scored that at 2,100, and again, I believe the financial consultants for the township scored it a little bit higher than that. The other units, the 1-bedroom units, we have about $2,350 to $2,400 a month. And then the 2-bedroom units, it depends upon the final geometry at the site plan, but they would be in the $2,800, $2,900 range, maybe a little bit less. No low-income housing, no UHAC, which is Uniform Affordable Housing Guidelines, none of that. This will be just straight market, very nice Class A property with amenities, and to Mr. Jenkins' point, you're putting roughly 200 homes with buying capacity to feed your businesses that are within walking distance. Feed your businesses meaning, buy gas at BP, go to your Krausers, or go to your retail establishments, wherever that may be. And the household income is going to be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, two-income earners that are going to be going out and spending their disposable income locally, hopefully. That's not been discussed. Not been discussed. PLA is a project labor agreement, and it could come into two forms. One is a unionized contract, and one is a prevailing wage contract. If that was the case, this could not be financeable.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good evening. My name is Frank Huddle. I'm the managing member partner and spent a lot of time in Hillside starting in 1976 on Boyd. Going to one of your points, yes, I'm a developer, but I also invest in areas such as this, predominantly in Hudson County, to not just build a project, but to make a difference. And my record stands for that, and I want to explain a little bit about this rendering and the time that we have spent, including massive amount of dollars on the years we've been working on this and the issues that have arisen. And I got to give hats off, which I did last time, to the police department, to the building inspector, and who am I missing?
Fire department?
Fire department was great. But let me just explain the project with a little more clarity.
I'm fine.
My apologies. It's okay. Okay. This project could have been developed in two different ways, and I developed in a very different way than most developers. This could have been constructed in, what's it called, the donut or the Texas donut? The Texas donut, which would be what most developers would do in Hillside, New Jersey. A Texas donut would have a square building here, solid, then on this side, because I'm maintaining or improving the setbacks so the homes in Florence have what they have or something better. But you would have this big square, picture it, and like in the center would be the parking or the swimming pool, what have you, but it would look like a square box. That would make some more money. That's not what I did. So what we did, and my architect is very good, is we created a lot of green. And when there's other plans and what have you, and the council, and this has all been distributed. This green here is big. The whole concept is not just to develop a square box. I just don't do it. It's to create a streetscape, to create a community, to create not just an enclave here, but how it extends. And then it extends right to this building, because you're going to see a different street. I want to flip this side. And then I could go to finances too. Now this is very important. This is age restricted. No developer that I'm aware of, and you can bring in your professionals and ask, developers don't mix age restricted and non-age restricted. Why? It's one, you make less money. This is projected at a $1.5 million effective community contribution to the city. But the city said from day one, all of them, and I had a couple conversations with council members at the beginning and the mayor, what have you, and even staff. Everybody wanted a senior. So let's do it. So this is a major, which I think is a benefit to the community. This here, is a park. And this is donated, which if we didn't donate it, we could put about another 11 units on there, which is another sizable amount of money. But for me, and for who we are, this is going to bring value. Maybe not the first day that we're renting, but it's going to bring long-term value, and we like to hold. So as a result of, yes, I understand your concerns or what you raised about Pilot, you're absolutely right. I will say that that man and that man back there, that's the city, who represents the city, you have a very high-quality financial company that advises you. I was a mayor. They represented my city at the time. However, the negotiations, they did their job. It was hard negotiations. So the numbers in New Jersey, not just Hillside, this is not a different town. You don't have this going on in Hillside. This, I believe, will usher in economic activity, which will then ultimately reduce the overall tax base that's on the burden of the residential homeowners. So this is to make a much more important investment, or I don't know if anyone would have volunteered this. One of your planners or what have you 3 years ago said, they really want some age restricted. Well, that's what I always want in my town too. So just do it. That's what you could do. The design here, this design is, again, not a square box. So anyway, in New Jersey, these guys are the technical people. To make these things happen, that's why the state of New Jersey has a redevelopment statute.
I can't hear with the air.
The state of New Jersey, why the state of New Jersey has a redevelopment statute is to take properties, particularly this one. It's definitively blighted. The council has already designated it as an area of redevelopment. It's been sitting there for years, and it's been a real headache. And, I got hats off to Reggie, but Reggie's not saying the other guy next to him was me, dealing with, what kind of dog was that? Yeah. So anyway, I just want to express that myself, want to make the best project that Hillside's also going to like, but then that's going to generate activity, economic activity, because this is a major project. So anyway, I'll answer any specific questions, but I wanted to say.
Questions from the public, please come up, state your name and your address. Questions of the consent? Yes, ma'am, please. Everybody might want to hear your question of consent.
Sheila Hargrove Hendricks, 132 Bailey Avenue, Hillside, New Jersey.
These are concept drawings. The prototype will come in much more than a prototype during the site plan application to the planning board. But as you see, you got different materials there. First, this is what developers also do. You're going to get hardy board panels that look like this, but they're huge. We're not going to go down that road. So hence, I believe firmly that where other developers want to save some money, and I had a development, well, I had several developments, but one of my partners didn't want to do it, and I just overruled it. It creates long-term value. So I can't give you a prototype. I could go tell you, go look at one of my projects. But that's what, you're going to have quality, not the, I don't know, I can't think of one here, but if you come up, I could show you some things that I will not be building. But anyway, the site plan will have all the detail. And that's when everybody should come and participate also. And this should be a full participation. And we're open. We are an open book.
It looks like a beautiful project. I'm not going to take that away. But the guy who worked on that source system and constantly had to have a truck out there to fix it, I happen to know that that source system is in bad shape. So you're going to put 230 families. Is there any plans to put in all new piping for that source system? Because I know that source system has a problem. And I know there's a second one, so I don't know if there's supposed to be a second storm sanitary sewer on that street. And it has two pipes in certain areas. Are they going to split it and tap into both? Or are they just going to, as part of this project, are they going to put a new sanitary sewer in there? Because I don't know, if, again, as somebody who can read plans, I haven't seen them. It's not my business. It's your vote on. I'm not on the planning board. But those are questions that I know may come up because eventually, if that pipe is not fixed and you've got 230 more families flushing their toilet every day, sooner or later there's going to be backups on the street or in people's homes. So was there any plans to fix that?
Well, if I may, Council President, again, we are in concept planning stage right now. As we have stated, this goes before the planning board. And you're right to bring those up. But again, at the planning board, what's happening, for anybody who doesn't know, is that's when you get into the engineering. That's when you get into the sewers, and that's when we have to show that this works. And we can't. I'm doing this in a bunch of other towns where they say, oh, wait a minute, we've got a sewer problem, and the whole thing stops. Or we have a DEP problem, and the whole thing stops. At the end of the day, respectfully, your question is a very good one, but that's not for this council here.
Yes, but it's starting here. It's starting here.
I
So
realize.
if the council approves it, you're 3/4 of the way home. Now again, the sewer problem's not mine anymore. It used to be, but it's not anymore. So the question is, I'm sure the council, the reason I'm bringing this up, there's not probably one person on the council that knew about that sewer problem. So that's why I'm bringing it up now, that these are things that should have been in the plans so they know what they're voting on. I know what you're saying, well, this is not here, but if they start and give you the pilot program, you're already basically have the first pipe in the ground because you've already gotten it, what it was approved. Those are things that should have been all together so they knew about this. That's all I'm saying.
That's actually not true in its totality. We have a redevelopment plan. Sure. We have a redevelopment plan and we have a redevelopment agreement and we have a pilot agreement. That's not 3/4 of the way there. It's 3 out of 4 steps. The next step is a site plan. We have to meet engineering criteria and site criteria, including sewer flow and water flow coming into the site, as well as stormwater. All of that will be done at site plan time. That is baked into our $61 million cost factor. So when the council's not voting on, per se, a specific site, a specific realm, it's voting on a pilot program pursuant to a redevelopment plan that has already been adopted, and that this plan that we just showed you tonight again is actually pursuant to that redevelopment plan. That redevelopment plan has been adopted by an ordinance, adopted by the planning board, and there was a backup study last July, May, June, and July, that actually went through the study of the redevelopment area. We have the pilot now. The reason we need the pilot is because without the pilot, this is not a financeable project. We go home. That's what we do. If not, then we deal with how do we recover then the investment that we have in the land and all the other costs that Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Huddle outlined. So what happens now, we have the pilot, we go forward, Mr. Huddle now finances the program, and we immediately, if not sooner, and I'm talking about by Memorial Day, we're going to have a baked site plan with all the sewer questions, with all the water questions, with all the storm water questions. That's the site. And then we'll have the architectural. We have, like Frank said, Mr. Huddle said, we have one of the best architects in New Jersey working on this project to design upscale materials. So that's the concept and that's the structure we're dealing with.
Hawaiian Thompson, F 1480 Stanley Terrace. I'm listening, but I'm just thinking as well. So you're speaking of a pilot program, 30 years? Meaning, just be clear, what do you mean by that?
Sure. So what's going to happen is that we currently pay X dollars in taxes.
Microphone.
That X dollars in taxes is going to be paid forever. It's called the minimum annual service charge, or a MAS. Okay? It is subject to an appeal that's pending out there right now, but that's a technical, hyper-technical issue. We pay that forever, so you don't lose any tax dollars. Instead of getting full taxes, we have a payment in lieu of taxes based upon annual gross revenues. Those annual gross revenues, as they go up, your pilot comes in. The statutory floor is 10%. We scored this at a $6.3 million fully stabilized revenue stream.
Your financial consultants have that a little bit more. You get $630,000 a year. Currently, you're getting about $240,000, about. So you're going to make $400,000 when it's fully stabilized. As rents go up, you get more. And then there's a kicker. In year 10, you go from 10% to 12%, 20% increase automatically like that. Then there's another percent increase towards the end, and then we pay 80% of full taxes at the end of the term so you don't go off a cliff. On average, it's $1,013,000 a year in taxes that you'll get through the pilot program, as opposed to $248,000 multiplied by 30, which is about, on average, it's $248,000, maybe a little bit more with inflation. So that's your comparison, $1,013,000 on average, with the end of the term much more. The beginning of the term, the floor is about $630,000, and you currently are getting $248,000, so you're going to make about $700,000, exempt from the caps, both caps. Your money to spend as you wish, 95% of it, and you're going to have minimum school-age children because of the seniors and the one-bedroom. We walk if it's not 30 years. We can't finance the project.
Does the financing dictate 30 years?
The financing dictates 30 years, yeah.
I just want to have some clarity, and I understand things that happen on the sewage and what have you. That's not before the council. And that, I just want to reiterate, that is the site plan application, which will have civil engineers and other engineers and our architects. So that will be fully addressed. And I just want to say, this was a negotiation, and I shouldn't do this, but the people in the back, which work for the city, we couldn't get to this place unless the city was represented, which they are, by extremely competent counsel and financial people, and everything has been obviously shared with the council. So it's not just happening. There's been a lot going on here, and we're eager to get it started.
Just a small point of clarification. We're not a city, we're actually a township, and that's why some of our matters are a little bit different. I think the mic is broke.
We can hear you.
We're not a city, we're a township. Township of Hillside. So a lot of,
I use council, yes, I know that, but
well, you said city, because I know you said since 1976 Floyd Street, so I was just saying that as a
my
township.
correction. I clearly know it's a township.
Okay.
And I work at Sabisco on Floyd Street. So I kind of use that resource.
I used it as well tonight, but I was just giving you a clarification because you said, so don't take it offensively, because I did it tonight too. So you don't have to defend.
What I meant to say, every community should all be engaged in it. We're here to do it.
Public remarks.
Yeah, you got at least 2 more.
Ms. Mitchell.
Good evening, everyone. Aldina Mitchell, 1431 Maple Avenue. Well, I guess everybody heard me say it many times before. I don't think this is a wise decision for Hillside, because Hillside doesn't need more people. And we know that if you put more people here, it's going to put a strain on your school system and everything else. And I'm looking at what these apartments are going to cost, okay? And hey, it's definitely not anything that's going to help a senior at all. And most of these apartments because they have them, Linden, Union, all over the place. People are paying $2,500, $2,300 to have an apartment. And then what's happening is they end up with Section 8 in the same apartment with them, okay? And I mean, I just don't feel like that's beneficial to Hillside. Beneficial, we need businesses. We don't need people, we need businesses. And we haven't done a master plan, and I can say, what, 15 years or so? And these are the things that you need to do in order to make these type decisions. You know, and I just, you know, like I say, I just don't see where it's beneficial to Hillside. Thank you.
Janice Caldwell, 140 Baltimore Avenue. Okay, I'm riding off of her. I feel the same way. But my question, my son in Orange lived in a new development, okay? His rent for a one-bedroom went up to $3,000. Now, when they first built this, I call it a little mini project, okay? They had to get Section 8 people, and they moved Section 8 people into the building because the investors was not making their money. And they had a lot of problems. My son is trying to move out of that building right now, looking for a place, because all the Section 8 people, because they needed to meet that requirement of that money that they talking about, this island, and they want to have a certain amount of dollars. Suppose they don't get the people, suppose they don't rent out the units. What happens? What happens to our money? What happens to the kids that the people who rent, and they bring children, and they have to go to our schools? What happened after that? Who's going to pay for this? The property tax? Our property tax is going to be affected by this. So this is really a serious decision that the residents and you guys have to make. Whether or not this is a good investment, or we should be looking at something that's going to bring in real revenue into Hillside. Think about it. Okay? I know in Connecticut, they had a site where, and you know, I don't support the marijuana and stuff like that, but they had a building that they was, you know, that they rent out, and they was growing that, and those people was getting, I mean, money coming into their town. Because it was a farm. They housed it and they grew it there, and they was able to pay them like $1 to $2 million like a month in revenue. I think we should be looking big. You know, we should be thinking about what's going to bring money into Hillside, not taking money out. We always withdrawing from Hillside, but we never deposit into Hillside. We need to deposit into Hillside. We need something to alleviate these taxes that's on us, these property taxes. We need to think bigger. This is something to really seriously think about, you guys. Okay? We have to think about the future, too. Okay? $500,000 with all the money you guys pay for that pool is nothing. You spend close to $10 million for a pool? And now you're talking about $500,000 ain't no money. When you think about it, you have to really seriously think about this. As far as I'm concerned, I stand with her. We don't need no more people in Hillside, really. I think we need to sit on it, wait on it. Let's think bigger, give it a chance, talk some more about it, and like I said, this is a big decision, okay? Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
One more question, please. And then if you guys move forward, could we have more senior apartments? They said 40, we can't make it more?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
like,
let you.
I'm
I'll
talking
let.
about, put a dent in it, 40 senior apartments.
Yeah, let the gentleman answer the questions.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Glenn, I'll get to you in 1 second.
No, all these questions are excellent. First, we're not a Section 8 voucher developer whatsoever. Now, we also don't speak pejoratively about those types of projects. We do a fair amount of business, Mr. Jenkins and I especially, in Orange, in East Orange, in that area, actually a very good amount of business. And most of those projects are done by and performed by what Mr. Huddle talked about, other types of developers that aren't ingrained into the community. So we won't be dealing with that whatsoever. We're well-financed, well-sponsored. We're going to come through for the seniors, and as I said, we're going to have a first dibs, if you will, a first crack at recruitment through the community to the extent that it's legal. We may have to give the second crack that same day later on, but we're going to make sure that everyone in Hillside knows what's going on with this project. We're also going to make sure that everybody is invited to the site plan process. Mr. Jenkins is going to be there answering all the questions with the engineers for the site concerns. So what we want to stress, and by the way, just unfortunately I'm an expert in cannabis financing, and Connecticut's laws, Massachusetts laws, which are pretty much the same, are not nearly what New Jersey's laws are. And actually, New Jersey cannabis laws are actually crapping out because of the lack of farming, unlike Connecticut and Massachusetts. But that's just for the record and as an aside. So there you go. I know there's other people who want to speak, but thank you.
Michael Hendricks, 132 Bailey Avenue. No, I don't have a question. I just have a remark. A few remarks. There's a lot of council meetings and Facebook posts about invest in Hillside and what can we do, and it's all about finances and money, and the budget doesn't have enough dollars and all of these problems that we have. And there's a development being proposed to bring change, investment. We always say there's no businesses. We need to bring more people in. We're worried about the people that's in the town. Well, it's the same houses that's been in Hillside for the last 40 years, and there's no businesses coming. Bristol Myers has been sitting there vacant for 15 plus years, 30 plus years. There's businesses that are closed up and down Liberty Avenue. There's garbage. Everyone's complaining about the town, and we need money to fix it. Council and administration can argue and disagree or agree, but we still need dollars. And when there's an investment property that makes sense and is discussed, it's proposed, it goes through all the rational ideas, what's wrong with starting that change? We can't bring businesses to the town if we don't have businesses to make the town, people want to come to the town. If we don't have people here, who would want to bring a business to a township that's 2.78 miles in square footage, and half the residents don't patronize the businesses in town? We need people to bring people. We need money to make money. So developments like this, if this is not passed, but I've heard so many times over the years, and I've been here for over 10 years, there's a business being proposed. No, we don't want that because there's going to be traffic. Duh. We'll have a desert town. It'll be things rolling around like in the old Wild West if we don't have things going here. Tumbleweeds. The reason why the town goes down is because everything is slowly deteriorating and slowly moving out. You see businesses, you look at a building, you would say, oh, 15 years ago, I remember when that was here. Well, why is it gone? Because no one is making revenue, because no one patronizes the town. We have Newark, we have train stations close, we have highways, we have all of these good things around, but we're not doing anything to uplift it. Council President said he wanted to have a place that people come to, not pass through. Well, what we have is this Route 66 where you just come get gas and keep moving. So I understand the quarrels and the ideas from everyone, no matter the age base, but at the same time, we can't move forward if we're not moving our feet. We can complain all day, we can say the traffic and make all ideas, but it's so easy to spill out negativity and what's wrong. Because the next thing we'll hear is, well, the 4 stories, what about the sun that we need to see on Liberty Avenue? We can have all sorts of negative ideas, but we need to start thinking about the positive ones first so that we can see the change that we all bellow for.
Janice Caldwell, 140 Baltimore Avenue. You're talking about bringing business into Hillside, right? Investors. What about us? What about us invested in Hillside? Why can't we bring businesses into Hillside that Hillside owns and that the money comes in Hillside? Imagine, just imagine, close your eyes and imagine this. If we own ShopRite, do you know how much money ShopRite make a month from Hillside residents? Imagine if we had stock into ShopRite. Imagine if we was the owners of ShopRite. We wouldn't be talking about property taxes. So if you want to talk about business, let's talk about us being the investors. We got enough money in Hillside that we can create our own business in Hillside, that when money come into Hillside, it stays into Hillside. So don't talk to us about investors, because we all have felt Elon Musk, an investor, okay? Look what the people are getting. So when we want to talk, we don't all the time need someone to come in and help us. Let's help ourselves. Let's create our own business in Hillside that we can bring money and generate money into Hillside, and the money will stay into Hillside. So it works 2 ways, sir. Okay, then.
All right, so wait, stop, let's stop. We can have that dialogue after me, and, all right.
I just have one,
Okay.
I just have one question. I do agree with the young man in regards to building things. I know personally when we go to different towns, we all get excited when we see new buildings, we see new eateries and lights and camera action, and we come here to our Marbury town that we love so much, but there's nothing being built here. So it's pros and cons to this. I just have one question. You reiterated the $500,000 that you will be giving back to Hillside. Is that in a lump sum, or is it divided into 30 years?
It's not the 30 years, it's in various installments during the site plan process.
So what is that? Short term, okay.
And that's only one piece of the community contribution.
Any other questions from the public, or comments from the public? I'm sorry, Glenn, you had something?
Yes, Council President. I just wanted to say, in a prior life, I inherited like 50 pilots, and they were all bad. 50 pilots. In a prior life, a prior job, I inherited 50 pilots. I had no say-so in these pilots. I didn't get a chance to negotiate them. And they were bad. So some were like, okay, you get $10,000 a year for 30 years. This is tied to the revenue. So when the revenue goes up, the township gets more revenue. So that's a good thing. The escalators that were mentioned, that's a good thing. But those pilots that I inherited, they got 30 years because of the financing. Whether it's through HMFA or tax credits, it dictated that it'd be 30-year pilots. So I don't think we have much control over that. And just from what our financial advisor projected, so right now, next 30 years, if the property remains the same, the township would get $4.3 million. But with this improvement, the township would get $31 million. So that's a $27 million increase. And I know I probably won't be here in 30 years to balance the budget, but I don't want to be talked about either about, not doing something with this property or getting a bad pilot. So I just wanted to say that, if it makes sense to everybody.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the public? Come on, you could do it.
Sheila Hargrove, 132 Bailey Avenue. I just had a question. Did we have any other development programs or anyone else wanting to come to build on that property there? Anybody else? Any other developers?
That's a
Curious.
great question. I
No?
do not have the answer to that question. I don't know.
Who does? No one? Anybody?
Well, they own it. They own the property.
Yeah, I mean, prior to these people.
Someone else owned it prior.
And it was sitting there, because since I've been here for 20 years, and I never seen it occupied, I don't believe. But that's what I was just curious. And I wanted to make one, I mean, I understand the concerns. I wish I was a millionaire and I can invest in this. I don't have any money to do that. But this is what I wanted to say, honestly. My husband went to high school in Montclair, and I remember this time. This was years ago. Montclair looked exactly like this. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was a mess up there. And you know what these people did? They bought in businesses, they bought in buildings, and they moved things around. They had eateries. That's what they're saying, guys. They're not saying that this is the start to make us, the town, turn over immediately. This is a start. If you have this type of facility come in, or building, or whatever you want to call it, you know what that's going to do? Have other people look at us. Look at Union. They're right here by King. Do you see what they did? When I went to school there, they didn't have that. They used my tuition to do that. Look at what Morris Avenue looks like, guys. You have to stop being stagnant in your thoughts because you don't like change. I don't like change either, but I was told about 7 years ago, Sheila, change is good. You have to understand that. I love Miss Maddie. That's what I'm trying to tell her. She's like, no, Sheila, this is wrong. I'm like, Miss Maddie, listen to what these people are talking about. We got to be opening our eyes to something new. Nobody wants to leave. That's what you all said. We're not going to leave. So what are we going to do? Just keep the building like that? Let's just do what we've been doing. You have to have change, guys. And you have to be okay with it because change is good. It really is. Just like they mentioned today, we have to make steps going forward of change. So let's do this. You have questions. I don't know anything about zoning or nothing about anything but accounting. But what I do know is money brings good things. I'm trying to tell you guys. You got to look at this as something good. Don't be so pessimistic in your thoughts. Because when we do that, we stand still. Okay, I'm not going to preach to you, but I'm just telling you. If I was a multimillionaire, I don't have any amount of money you have, sir. However, I would love to see you do more. And I don't want to see low-income housing. I love where we live. My family has been here longer than I've been on this earth. I have family in this town. And it used to be a great town. I mean, when I tell you, everybody wanted to live in Hillside when you look like me. But now look at this. So if you want to come and do something good, do it. And do it right. Okay? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Husband-wife duo. This is like, you're tagging each other in. Michael, we got it already.
One last one. I can say my address again?
The EPs have competition, that's all I'm saying.
No, no competition. We work together, just like the team.
No competition.
Yes. Investment. Investment is for everyone. That Bristol-Myers property isn't the only property that can be invested in Hillside. We all have money. We all want things to be done for us, by us. Maybe that's the way that we start. If we have eyes, then the people of the town can create businesses. The people of the town can put their money in to build the company up even more, the business up even more. I think, as I said previously, and with the concerns of everyone else, that we all want the right type of change. We all want the right type of investment. And we don't just want it to be done for us, we want it to be done by us. But we can have it done, two things can be true. We can get invested in by other people, and we can also invest in ourselves. We can easily spit out words and say, we can buy ShopRite. Of course we can, but have we? No one does anything more than talk about the options, bring up points of views, tell things that they would like to do. But when we have someone actually putting boots on the ground and want to make action happen, if it makes sense, if it's rational, if it doesn't take anything away from us, and yes, there's concerns about sewage and everything like that, And as I said, if it's rational, if the points work, if it makes sense for the town, I don't know anyone that will logically say, we shouldn't get another $27 million in taxes over 30 years. We should just stay worth the $4 million. That doesn't make financial sense to me, and I'm not in accounting like the rest of these folks. But I just know, yeah, I pointed that way. I just know there's three things I want in the town. I want it to be safe, I want it to be clean, and I want it to be progressive. And if progressive is being started by an investment in LLC, or being pushed in by ourselves, or together, we just need to stop standing in one place and pointing the finger and telling each other what's wrong and what we should do and what we can do or what we should have done in the past and what we could do in the future. You can't get the future until you close out today.
That's right.
So let's make today worthwhile so we can all make tomorrow even better.
All right.
Council President?
Any other comments? Final comments for public comment?
Council President, I'm sorry. I can speak to the prior owner if you want. So
Say it one more time again?
I can speak as to the prior owner of the property.
The prior owner of the property.
Well, what's the question that you want to speak to that for?
I thought the question
Someone asked the history of the process.
Someone asked if someone else was interested in that
Okay.
property.
Okay, go ahead.
So the prior owner defaulted on a UEZ loan, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they left a bill of $3.5 million, penalty, interest, principal on that property. This company paid that off, and they're willing to invest to develop the property. So I just wanted to make note of that.
Okay. Thank you, CFO Jones. All right, motion to close public comments.
So moved.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2506. I'm not going to read it. 2506. Motion to adopt.
I move.
Got a second? Have any questions from the council?
Yes, I do, Council. I have a question.
Councilwoman Bonanno, followed by Councilwoman Dr. Angela Garrison.
Just one question. A question was asked by the public whether or not the contaminated soil, the entire property, is clean. Was that clearly stated? Is it completely cleaned of its contamination?
The property that we own.
Which way to face, the property we own is clean through the DEP, no further action letters, and there's a significant amount of remediation. In addition, I made it happen, but we also remediated inside the building. So we're teeing up for the demolition. So there was,
Oh, the entire property. So there's still some contaminated pieces of the property?
not our property, no.
No, but that property is not owned by you.
We own 5 acres of land off 1350. We do not own the land behind us. So the land that we have is clean.
The land behind you is contaminated. I'm just asking. I mean, the land that you own is clean, right?
The land behind us is under a remediation plan being controlled by the state government, the DEP, and maybe Reggie could talk more. It's also occupied.
So it's occupied and contaminated. Okay.
By the way, just for the fun of it, our neighbor didn't get my consent, then actually went to the city, but they had a new idea for development. Anybody ever see the Port Authority with all the what do you call them? Trailers. Storage trailers go up in there. That's what they wanted to do. I didn't prove that. Said it again.
But
I come from Englewood, it's a city, but I do a lot of work in every other place is a township. So my apologies once again. It's a slip.
So I want to follow up on the councilman's question. Two things. There was a question about how much tax over the 30 years? Can we just clearly state what that number is? Because I think it's for the public. This is a public hearing, not just let's look at a document. Let's just clearly state what that number is. I also just want, as a second question, the clarification on the 500,000. Yes, it will come to the township, but just that particular clarification again, that how it was negotiated, how do we come up with that number? And then number 3, with the park, there's no parking. It's the little park we were talking about. Please, again, affirm, is that across from 7-Eleven, that little square? And is there any option or opportunity to discuss something that could be a little bit more community friendly? And then 3, we're talking about, we saw tonight was a lot of good communication and conversation. This would hopefully continue, because I know I've asked for at least a picture of the rendering. I still haven't received it. I did see it at the State of the Township, but we did ask for that rendering that you have. We didn't get that. I didn't get that. I asked repeatedly today. I was given the documents we already received. Did anyone else get the rendering?
I got it, yeah.
Today? You had one?
A few weeks ago, I think the clerk's office sent it out.
I don't have that. Everybody received it? I don't remember receiving that when I asked for it today.
Microphone.
Yeah, just for the record and everything, on May 7th, my office sent the renderings to the township. So, yeah, what I,
You said May 7th.
May 7th.
I'm trying to get to
You
May.
mean March?
I'm going on vacation. But on March, yes, we submitted, I submitted that. So the council in the township should have that.
So all of my colleagues are saying we haven't, so that was something I did keep asking for today. No one said they had it when I kept asking, but now they're saying they do. Just full transparency, but the other 2 questions that you could, so the 500,000, and also what is the tax over the 30 years? And again, I think there was a lot of compelling questions, and we would just hope that it's not just in front of this public today, but that it is an ongoing thing. I also heard that we've had 20 conversations, 80 conversations, and I think there's been maybe 3 conversations with this body. So it might be helpful just to make sure, even though the next step is not the council, just how we make sure that this is truly a community, I think I heard you say, Mr. Huddle, a community engaged project, but to really embrace that. Yes, no? Absolutely. Okay. I mean, and I hear hints of it, so I'm saying that there's a lot of potential here, but again, what we saw here was a lot of conversation, and I just wish that, to the point earlier, that the rendering was the last meeting, and then today we had some more deeper conversation with some of the financials, so that I don't have to ask this in not just a piece of paper, but that the public can easily know what's going on.
We'll be glad to do a forum for the public with the council.
That would be awesome.
I'm happy to hear that.
So as soon as the site plan is mature and ready to go to the planning board, we'll contact whoever in the township and make sure it happens. We'll invite everyone.
Well, we're saying that that was the conversation from the last council meeting to now, and we haven't, apparently there's some information that was provided, but it wasn't as in-depth as it should have been.
So let me just,
I don't see anything like that.
And I asked specifically, the questions were about the 30, how much was the tax over the 30 years, and just the 500,000. Just again, the CDA, I would like to see this, that development, it was negotiated, I know that from the
okay, yeah, Glenn, you want to?
Sure.
Answer that.
I'll answer the projection. This is from our financial advisor, NW. So 30 years with normal taxes now on that property as is, with 2% tax increase every year. Hint, hint. The township would make $4,351,261. With the improvement over 30 years, the township would be projected to make $31,860,799. So that's an increase of $27,509,537 over 30 years.
And the piece with the 500,000?
That's
500,000
community benefit
community
agreement.
benefit agreement.
I'm sorry, can you reiterate the question about that?
So the question is, for the public, because we've heard about the 500,000, what does that entail? I know just explaining the 500,000. How was that negotiated? Explain the process.
It was negotiated with the with the administration and.
I know, I'm saying, this is a
Oh,
public
no, I'm
hearing.
saying, I'm addressing you, but in our, you answer.
The $500,000 was negotiated through heavy negotiations more towards the end. The city asked for that. That's in addition to getting the park. That's in addition to age restricting the building. So, and the $500,000, I don't remember if somebody could tell me. It's paid in short order. I just don't remember.
I think it was paid, it was like upfront. There was like, when one of the agreements were made, it would be paid in short order. That's what we learned in our last executive lesson.
Any other questions from the council?
I'm sorry. So I'm live streaming, so I do have a question on my screen, so I'm just going to repeat the question that I see. I'm going to say the question that I see in front of me. Back to the remediation. The question was, will there be an impact since the adjacent property has any contamination? Would there be any type of impact to this property since the adjacent property has contamination? You,
Yeah, what's called RESIS, RSIS.
RSIS?
Yeah, it's RESIS standards, RSIS, Residential Site Improvement Standards, automatically trigger DEP approval. DEP approval is required for any residential development, and it must be contamination-free. At the site plan hearing time, our engineer, who will be an LSRP, a licensed site remediation professional, will give testimony in the paperwork that shows that this is an uncontaminated site for purposes of building a residential property, and the adjoining property will not impact it.
Thank you. That's my question.
Any other questions from council?
Just one last statement. I love that this is all on record, so we can have that community forum. That would be fantastic.
We're going to invite you back. So we're going to invite you back for that.
Yeah, maybe we should just schedule that.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Council President, the motion was by Councilwoman Hyatt. The second was by Council Vice President Rios. Councilwoman Bonanno. Yes. Councilman Fierstein.
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrettson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Hyatt.
Yes.
Councilman Joyner.
Yes.
Council Vice President Rios.
Yes.
Council President Epps.
Yes, and I just want to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming out tonight. We really do appreciate everything. And thank you for supporting Hillside and doing what you do for Hillside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, if this goes well, you're going to build another one?
Hey, council, the meeting ain't over with. We still got... meeting ain't over. Huh? I did not. I did not. I did not. I did not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still conducting a meeting. Everyone was still in the meeting?
I mean, if you guys want to leave, but I need my council members in their seats.
We got another hour, another half hour at least.
All right. Okay, ready to go. 025-07, ordinance amending Chapter 78, Police Department, Section 16, School Traffic Guards and Special Officers.
I move.
I get a second? Anybody needs an explanation on this?
Yes, please.
Councilwoman Bonanno, I'm sorry, attorney, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't see, CFO Jones? No, CFO Jones.
Council President, I believe this ordinance adds new officers and/or crossing guards to the township.
Okay, thank you. Any other council need further explanations for this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Oh, geez, oh, my God, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was supposed to open up for public hearing. Attorney Martillis. Okay. I'd like to open up, motion to open up 25-07 for public hearing.
Motion.
All in favor? Aye. The floor is open for public hearing on this topic and amending 25-07, ordinance amending Chapter 78, Police Department, Section 16, School Traffic Guards and Special Officers. The floor is open for this, if anybody from the public want to talk on this. Seeing none. Motion to close public hearing.
Motion.
All in favor? Aye. Motion to adopt 025-07.
I move.
And then properly second.
Council President, just a quick question on this? Sorry. Do we-
Councilman First question?
Is this already budgeted?
I would say yes. Yes.
For the 2025 year? Any idea how much it costs?
I don't think it's,
Like,
I don't think it's increasing. I don't think it's increasing the numbers, it's just approving the process to a point.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, roll call to adopt 025-07.
I move.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry.
Oh, we did that already.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilman Fierstein.
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrettson. Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt.
Yes.
Councilman Joyner.
He's excused for the rest of the meeting. He's excused, I excuse.
Council Vice President Rios.
Yes.
Council President Epps.
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. Motion open for public hearing 025-08. I get a motion?
Motion.
I get a second? All in favor? Anybody from the public want to comment on 025-08? It's a bond ordinance providing the local units a local share of capital improvement projects for joint meetings of Essex and Union counties by and in the township of Hillside and the county of Union, state of New Jersey, appropriating $1,160,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of the same amount of money, bonds and notes to finance the cost thereof. The podium is open now for public comment if you wish to comment on this ordinance. Seeing none, motion to close public hearing. All in favor? Motion to adopt 025-08. I get a motion? I get a second? Any questions from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Bonanno. Yes. Councilman Fierstein.
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrettson. Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt.
Yes.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios.
Yes.
Council President Epps.
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. Councilman Rios, you have something you'd like to bring up from the floor?
Thank you, Council President. I would like to bring up from the floor our resolution for our reverse tax appeal. I don't have the resolution number in front of me. I apologize.
It doesn't have
Oh, that's it. So then that's
We have a motion to bring up.
Council President, do you want me to read the title into the record?
Yes, please.
A resolution for reconsideration of resolution authorizing the filing of tax appeals, counterclaims by special counsel.
We have a motion by Councilman Rios to bring that from the floor to have a conversation to possibly to adopt this. Attorney Martillis, am I correct or?
Yes, so there's a motion, there's a second that's required
I'll second it.
to reconsider the resolution that was initially voted down, authorizing the filing of reverse tax appeals.
So it's been motioned by Council VP Rios. I've seconded. Any questions from the council?
Council President?
Councilman Thursday.
When we met on this last time, the deadline was April 1st. Something changed?
No, the deadline was April 1st with respect to the filing of any, and I'm making sure I'm using the right terminology, we do have tax counsel here, but there was an initial filing deadline of April 1st. That did not change. My understanding is, and again, counsel can speak to this much more clearly, my understanding is that the filings were in fact done to preserve to basically preserve the township rights with respect to any filings, subject to the council's approval to go forward with the remaining process, which would be complaints, etc. To the extent that there's not, then the notices would be withdrawn. But again, as I indicated, and with your permission, Council President, tax counsel is here to better respond to any questions of the governing body.
Yes, please. Could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Good evening, everyone. Michael Ash from the firm Carlin Ward Ash and Hart. You are correct. The filing deadline was April 1st. Since I was hired in February by this council to pursue this reverse tax appeal program, I was directed by the administration to go ahead and file the petitions with the county board, subject to council's oversight and ratification. And it was an effort to provide answers to questions that came up the last time, to provide additional information that council members asked for. And this bought us some time in order to reconsider with that additional information.
Just before you're done, when was the filing done?
Filing deadline was April 1st.
So the filing happened when?
March 31st.
So we hired, just asking, we hired in February.
Yep.
We waited till the 31st to file, subject to the council approving, but the meeting before we didn't approve it, so we filed anyway?
Correct. And now...
At the direction of the administration?
Correct. And now it can be ratified, or they will all be withdrawn.
You do that in other townships where you file ahead of the resolution?
No. I've never had a council reject my recommendations or request that additional information that you request.
And just going back to, I think, what we had the last meeting was, if hired in February, information not provided till the 20, whatever date that was.
Yeah.
I think that was our struggle.
I understand. And, you know, I do this in a number of towns across New Jersey. That time frame is typical because tax season, you have 45 days when the assessments are struck until the filing deadline.
And
So,
I'll tell you, this is nothing personal with what you're saying. I look back on my notes from last year, and we went through the same exercise on March 25th when this was brought to our attention in a rush.
Right.
We mentioned it was in a rush. It feels like we had a year to kind of go through this in a little more detail carefully, and nothing was done until that time happened, which it feels to me like this is more of the same, unfortunately. And I don't know if some of the questions that we asked were dealt with, meaning we're targeting some businesses, not all. How do we rectify that? And I have a couple of questions on
Sure.
the next step.
So from my perspective, this process was not rushed. In fact, since I was hired in February, you know, last year, the question was, hire me to do this and prepare the appeals within a matter of 2 days. That's not what happened this year. I was hired in February. I had a lot of time. Actually, I checked before coming here this evening. You know, I've spent 94 hours working on this since I've been hired. It's the same deadline everywhere, with some limited exceptions. But I spent time working with your tax assessor, working with your outside valuation consultant, Vic DeSanto, who's an appraiser, to get valuation information. And I want to be specific about this. Not for businesses. We're not looking at businesses. We're looking at real estate. We're looking at property. And the only concern here is property values. So what has sold in the market, and comparing that to your tax assessments, which shows us fairly conclusively that properties are underassessed.
And then with your assessment that it's about was it $1 million that the township could recoup?
That is my professional opinion. I believe that's conservative. And, you know, I can't make guarantees to clients, no matter what the case is. But, you know, as a practitioner in this very, very niche role, I feel comfortable making that my goal, my objective. And I hope more. The only limiting factor here is working with your tax assessor. I understand a townwide reevaluation is coming sooner than later. So if we had more years to spread out the phasing in of settlements, I would say, you know, the money would be much more. But the reval's coming, likely in 2028, and so we have a short window to negotiate settlements and phase in some of the amounts here.
And then in the towns that you do this, real estate that gets reverse appealed, when they appeal, what's the cycle like?
When?
Meaning, so you're going to assess a business and you're going to say you owe another $150,000, $200,000 in taxes.
Right.
They're going to appeal it. What's that? How long does that happen? And what's the time frame?
So, of the 29 petitions that were filed, I'm starting to get calls from property owners. I'm starting to get calls from their attorneys. Each case will be different. Some property owners will want to settle because they understand that if they bought a property for $29 million 2 years ago and it's assessed at a value of 9, that they're being underassessed. So they will want to negotiate a settlement, and that case might have a shorter lifespan than others who say, you know what, I want to hire a different lawyer, that lawyer wants to fight, and then I have to litigate with that attorney. There may be procedural issues we fight about, there may be, you know, constitutional complicated tax issues we fight about, or we could come up with a valuation position. They could disagree with it, they could get their own appraisal, and we're off to tax court. Maybe we have a trial, and that case can go on for years.
So is it likely that out of that million, let's just call it on average million, how much of that would affect our taxable income this year?
It's hard to say. I would say maybe a third of that, and then the rest would come the year after, and hopefully
for this
more.
year, I'm sorry, did you say, was the
Yes.
question?
This year for 2025?
Yeah.
You think a third, so it's at 300,000 would come in?
Based on my experience in other places.
And that's hoping they don't appeal. So let's say if they appeal,
Well,
it drags it out.
let me be clear. We have appealed, so we're bringing them to court. They're not bringing us to
Right,
court.
but they're
Right.
going to, if it were my business being assessed, no matter what I'd appeal, just because I could drag it out for 6 months, 9 months, however long.
Maybe, if it's a debatable question that you're not really underassessed. But if I've done my homework, and I hope I have, and my approach is different than other attorneys, I'm being very, you know, strategic and focused on just the properties. You know, you keep saying business, but just properties that have a market value that far exceeds the equalized value of that assessment.
Okay.
So
out of the million, it's basically 300 that maybe comes into this year's budget, assuming things go smoothly. And out of that 300 is your fee for 30%, so a little bit less. That's what you're looking for.
conservatively, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my.
And let me just also, if you do reconsider and you want to go forward with this, I'm available to you to answer questions, to provide progress updates. You can do that individually. Call me. Everyone can have my cell phone number. I reached out to you this afternoon. Happy to do that. Or I can come back here and do it in open session, closed session, and give you updates.
Sorry, last thing, just curious. For some reason, if this doesn't pass tonight, could this process be started sooner and then go through this in more depth over time?
No, because the tax assessments each year, the book is finalized by January 9th, 10th, 11th, depending on how much leeway your assessor gets with the county. He has to file a book every year with all the assessments in January. County then reviews that, accepts that, and the assessments don't get finalized until beginning of February, the earliest.
They really have a small window.
The tax season it's not even a quarter. It's really from the end of January through the filing deadline of April 1st. There are some towns where the filing deadline is May 1st, but that doesn't apply here.
So you're in a real interesting situation, because I still have some concerns and questions. And one is, and I can't get this Facebook rant from the mayor out of my mind when I look at you, because
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, I know you don't. And that's why when I see you, that's all I'm thinking about is this rant about how we didn't move forward with this project. But you mentioned that despite that we voted not to support this, that you still moved forward with the filings of it. And in addition to that, the owners of these businesses that, and I'm still going to use targeting for lack of better words, have been notified that you're looking to reassess their properties. And you also mentioned that this is not normal in other towns. Why is that fair to Hillside businesses and the residents here?
Well, when I said it's not normal in other towns, I meant towns, it's fairly common in North Jersey to pursue the reverse tax appeals.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But you also will have to get some type of approval, I'm sure, from wherever their governing body is before you move forward. You guys technically, I'm quite honestly, why are we really talking about this? Because you already moved forward with the procedure.
Well, you're talking about it, Councilman, if I may. First of all, what he said was it's not normal for towns to not go forward. That's point number one. Point number two is you can still vote it down and he would have to stop.
I will withdraw the petition.
He would have to stop. So it's not,
Tomorrow.
It's not an issue of being hung up on, well, they went for it anyway. No, they preserve the township rights. But if you vote it down, he has to stop.
So
I will.
So let me say thank you for preserving the township rights. But to me, there's still a piece missing with that. Because if you were going to preserve the township rights, then this body still should have been notified that you still, despite the fact that we said no, that you're going to preserve the township's rights. Because what could have happened during this process is that one of these business owners could have reached out to one of the council members and be like, wait a minute, what's going on here? We don't know what's going on. And we would have been dumbfounded because we was under the impression that it wasn't moving forward.
Originally,
Let me remind you of something, and the regular members don't know this. You were asked to call a special meeting, and you declined to do so.
Absolutely.
You were asked to call a special meeting before the filing deadline of 3/31.
Correct.
So it was declined, which is again the prerogative as council president to do so, but that's why the council was not made aware.
So let me piggyback on what you just said, why I declined, because the council members had questions, and one of the questions was, and you guys did send it back to us, was what was the names of the business owners of the lots? So the addresses, I'm sorry, thank you, Councilwoman Hyatt. So we got that. But then the other concern was, which I just got answered today, but I think I talked to you or somebody else, was how did we, right, the assessor,
yep.
How did we come with these 29 businesses? How did we, I'm going to still use the word targeted, it might be the wrong word to use. How did we,
I understand what you mean, when you say
how did
that.
we come up with that? And why we couldn't do it to all of the business, which I'm still concerned about, by the way. Why we couldn't have the same type of assessment process, evaluation for all the businesses. So that's why I declined the special meeting until we have gotten all that information. We were clear on that before we moved on something like that. That's why I declined having a special meeting in reference to that. But despite the fact I declined, you guys still did it anyway, which I still, on surface, got a problem with. And I don't mean to take that out on you. I still got a problem with that.
I understand your concern, and when the administration said you should file to buy the time, I unequivocally said it has to come back here. You have to ratify it. Council has to ratify it. If that doesn't happen, the petitions will be withdrawn immediately.
One last thing for me. Again, thank you. And again, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable up there. If we decide not to move forward with this tonight, and we just say, let's do it next year so we all have a better understanding and clarity to it, are we still going to be able to recoup some of this money that you're talking about that we recoup next year as well?
If you put it off another year, that's another year closer to the revow, and you're just shortening the window when this program will work.
The revow may be done in 2028 if I heard you correctly, right?
Correct. So the program works better when you have enough years to spread out the settlement. And to say you're not going to go forward, the opportunities are the same, presumably next year. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the real estate market will be like in a year, but the opportunities are the same, and you would have just given up a year that I think would be $300,000.
I'm going to digress, but I'll let my other council members ask the questions they need to ask.
I just have a clarifying question. Did you just state that we're having a revow, and when is it?
It is anticipated, and there are a number of factors that go into that beyond the township's control. It is anticipated to be 2028.
How was this communicated to the council? This is the first time I'm hearing it.
I believe the county tax board has ordered it. That's my understanding.
So my question is, how was the council informed of this?
I don't know.
I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I've never had it. I just want a clarification, point of information, because you stated it very clearly, so I just wanted to know.
Can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
And Council, I'm just asking you from a procedural perspective. Assuming that, well, we heard that the way that this happened, wouldn't it have come from either B.A. Smith or yourself, an email to the clerk saying, hey, we're going to file just to make sure we don't lose this. We'll get, we can call for another meeting, we'll do another. I know you called him, but an email to the rest of us, wouldn't that have been an easier way to do this? I don't know who would do that, but I think that's what's missing tonight.
Forgive me, it's 11:30, so my brain kind of shuts down after this. I'm trying to understand how to answer the question procedurally. The vote was no to go forward because there was certain information that was missing. And from what I understand and from what I recall, the information was the list of addresses to specific properties, or properties that were, for lack of a better word, as Council President stated, targeted, or at least properties that were evaluated. I think that's a better word. Properties that were evaluated. And so the administration took steps to identify those properties to get the information to the council. The information was provided to the council, and I forget the timing, but I'd like to say the information was provided to the council, at least worked on, prior to the filing deadline of 4/1.
I don't think it came with any explanation. I think we just got an email of here's the list, and I didn't even know why we're getting it. I was like, I thought we voted on this already. And I don't know if it may be the business administrator, who I think had or somebody communicated to the clerk and said, here's the list, we still have time.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair, Councilman. I think that's fair. However, I think your point is fair. But I'd like you to at least look at another point that I believe is fair, right? We had a filing deadline and we were coming up against that deadline. and to preserve the township rights to the benefit of the residents, a decision was made to file with the understanding, and again, has been stated by Mike, has been stated by myself, with the understanding that the petitions would have to be withdrawn if the request wasn't ratified by council. But the deadline itself could not be passed.
I totally get the intent.
Could not be
Yeah.
passed.
I get the intent.
Procedurally, yeah, in a perfect world, 100% agree with you.
But not so perfect, not so hard.
Oh,
Meaning,
I'm not saying it's hard,
all
I'm
we
not
have to
saying
say
it's
was,
not.
hey, we're gonna if you knew you're gonna file it.
I get
then
it.
you
And
have 2 days.
hindsight is a perfect science because they call it hindsight.
But when they did that, when they said, hey, we're gonna file this anyway, I just note to the council, we didn't lose out, we have time. That's all I'm saying.
I get
I
it.
hear what you're saying.
I get it.
I don't deny the
But
reason for filing.
we undertook, and again, taking nothing away from Council President's prerogative, we did try to, do what we could, special meeting, et cetera. I get, the decision is what it was, but we did what we had to do, and we
Right.
are where we are now.
And we did hold off on sending the petitions that were filed. We held off as long as we could. We did anticipate we would have this conversation and reconsideration on April 8th. Unfortunate circumstances, the meeting didn't occur, and that's why we're here tonight. We couldn't hold back the petitions anymore, but we can pull them back.
But I just want to say, again, it was 3 weeks after April 1st, just an email saying, hey, we got to deal with this. It's something, it's not you, by the way, it's not
Yeah,
you.
I
I'm
know.
just saying there's miscommunication on Facebook now that there's $1 million coming into the budget this year. It's not the case. And it's not you. I'm
Right.
just saying, it's out there, and it creates chaos. So,
I understand, and I've heard a lot of that tonight. I can't speak to any of it. I'm just a tax nerd, okay? Just let me be a tax nerd and not I don't want to get involved in the politics. I just want to make
I
money.
appreciate everything you've done. I do. I appreciate everything you've done. If it was 94 hours, I thank you.
So one last question from me, CFO Jones. So I know tax attorney mentioned that possibly some of this money that we recovered, is that in this year's budget, the possibility of us recouping that money, or no?
We cannot budget for possibilities.
I agree with you, but this administration,
Can't do it.
Can't do it, okay.
Because when you were on the finance committee, remember, certain revenues like fines and fees, we have to base it on the prior year's collections. We can't say we're gonna make, $100,000 more this year. We have to base it on what we received in the prior year, so.
I'm just checking, and the only reason why I asked you is because part of the Facebook rant by the administration was that our taxes, or the citizens' taxes are gonna go up because we didn't pass this. So whatever tax increase you guys are gonna do this year, and I'm sure it's one because you're being too secretive, so whatever tax increase that is, this tax appeal right now is not gonna affect whatever possible increases you're gonna do this year, correct? Am I correct by saying that?
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna settle before we adopt the budget.
So this, if the gentleman does his work, then this possibly will help us in future revenues and in future
Correct.
years.
I would lean more in that direction.
It would,
Okay.
yeah, what it would do is it would build a surplus at the end of the year that you can then,
Okay, we don't really have any surplus, so I get it. Okay.
and just to another point that you made about, if it doesn't go forward this year, but next year. Like I said, we don't know what the real estate market's gonna do. I've been doing real estate tax appeals over 20 years in New Jersey. I was doing it in 2008 when the market crashed, and all the business owners, property owners, that you're defending from the dais right now, they were not shy, and they would not be shy again in filing their own appeals to reduce their assessments. And then you'll be fighting that off, and with no surplus. So this reverse appeal tool, it's really a fairly modern and current phenomenon based on the current real estate market today. that can change. And if it changes next year, but we've negotiated a settlement this year, that's locked in. That's a contract. You can't walk away from it. That's the benefit in starting sooner than later.
Thank you.
Can I have one other quick thing?
Yeah.
Did we ever answer why are we doing these 29 and not the across the board?
This is the work product of, it's mine,
You decided the,
with the tax assessor and the appraiser. So this is purely our expert opinion on what we think are
low-hanging fruit.
low-hanging fruit, but the actual opportunities. Instead of blasting everyone, seeing what happens, this is a much more targeted approach.
In other townships, that's how you do it too? You pick selectively?
That's how I do it, yeah.
But it's not uncommon. If someone comes to complain they're being discriminated, you're saying that's what happens in most towns.
Well, other towns that use reverse appeals, they can do it on a more limited fashion, or sometimes the attorney will just file against everything with no real analysis, or without really considering real estate values. And I've observed and I've defended on those. That's when your municipality can run into trouble and really upset a lot of property owners for no reason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council members? Seeing that, thank you, sir. I appreciate it, and thank you for answering our questions.
Sure.
There was a motion and a second to bring this new resolution from the floor onto the agenda. We did not vote on it. So that's where we are right now. So that was discussion, debate on the motion.
So now the vote is to bring it back.
Now we need to vote to say yes, we're gonna bring it from the floor.
Okay, gotcha.
Or not.
Or not.
All right, so you heard Madam Clerk and her expertise. So now we're taking the vote to bring this back up from the floor.
So moved. Second.
Any questions from the council?
We already had a motion.
We have
and a
questions?
second.
We have to start with this
We
vote?
already
Okay. Just a vote, roll call. I'm tired too.
Councilwoman Banana? Yes. Councilman Fierstein?
Abstain.
Councilwoman Garrison?
Yes.
Councilwoman Hyatt?
No.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios? Yes. Council President Epps?
Yes, to bring it back up from the floor.
Motion carries to bring it.
Now we need to have a motion to, did that pass? Okay. Okay. Now we need a motion to, we don't have a number for this yet, right?
It doesn't have a number.
Tony Montez, what's the lingo?
It would be, R.
411. Is it okay? Is that okay?
That's a non-vote. An abstention is a non-vote.
Moving forward now. So she has to give us a number for it?
R25-118.
All right, motion to move on R25-118. I get a motion.
Motion.
Any questions from council to move? Any questions from council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Banana?
Yes.
Councilman Fierstein?
Abstain.
Councilwoman Garrison? Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt?
No.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios? Yes. Council President Epps?
I abstain.
That is 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, it passes.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. We're gonna do resolutions now.
So, Council President, if I may?
Yes.
I would recommend, if it's all right with the governing body, those resolutions that anybody sees that needs to be called for a special vote, we can remove, otherwise we can adopt it as one consent agenda.
You have an emergency temporary budget on here.
Yeah.
That's the only one, so
16.
And,
see 116.
and there was questions on, and there's questions on the very first one. And I also know there's concerns on 110 as well. There was questions on 110 as well.
So,
And, yeah, 74, the first one.
so 74, 110, and 116 could be removed for special vote, with the rest being voted on as a consent agenda, if that's the will of the body.
Wait, no, the emergency temporary budget is also 116, right?
Right, that's what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
74, 110, and 116. Any
Okay.
others?
That was all that I see. Council members, you see anything else that you might want to discuss? Okay, I don't see anything. All right, so your recommendation is what?
So, Madam Clerk, so we would read just the numbers from 1 through whatever. That would be the consent agenda, and the governing body would vote on the consent agenda, and then we would take the 3 items that are being removed. So, again, R2574, R25110, R25116 being removed for special vote.
Okay.
So I need a motion to move these items onto the consent agenda and then a motion to adopt.
Okay, so I need a motion to move those following items. We have a motion by Councilwoman Bonanno. We get a second by Council VP Rios. Any questions from the council for the consent agenda, to move those to consent agenda items? Yes, please.
R25100, R25101, R25102, R25103, R25104, R25105, R25106, R25107, R25108, R25109, R25111, R25112, R25113, R25114, R25115, R25117. That will be the consent.
Need a motion? Yep.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Now those that have created the consent agenda, now we need a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda items.
Second.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Bonanno?
Yes.
Councilman Kersey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrettson? Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt?
Yes.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios? Council President Epps?
Yes.
Consent agenda is carried.
Thank you. R25-074, authorizing the Township of Hillside to join the ACR Health Insurance Fund. This was tabled. I need a motion to untable this.
Motion.
I get a second? Any questions from the council?
Should we
To
talk to the
untable?
unions? Have we heard from the firemen's union and police? They were the ones.
Yeah, I know the broker met with the unions, but I haven't gotten any follow-up questions, so I'm just assuming that everything is fine.
I don't like those assumptions.
Well, I mean, if there were still questions, no one's asked any additional questions of me, of the broker. They met one that day, yes. But again, no,
Broker didn't reach out.
broker didn't say, hey, we got some more questions. No one called me directly.
Okay.
So I know Ms. Smith stated that they weren't losing any benefit from this.
It's equal to or better, and it could save the township $40,000 a month in premiums.
But one of the things that I know we requested during this time when we tabled it was, could we possibly get, because it wasn't just the fire department that we were concerned about, and as a union leader, I was concerned that this was going out to all the unions, correct? The police.
Well, yeah, and the difference with the HIF is, under state health benefits, when we offered the 2035 plan, we had to get the unions to agree, but because this is a HIF, it doesn't require union approval, and individual employees can opt into it.
All right, so you're saying all the unions are okay with this?
I haven't had any questions or rejections or...
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Glenn, is this the same broker that we had last year? The one who came here, Alamo?
Yes.
So it's the same broker that didn't shop our dental insurance and we lost $50,000? I could save you the time. It is, because I sent this to Hope Smith, and I saw the proposal that they gave. They didn't shop the account. Do we know, did they look at other HIPs with this plan?
Well, the HIP is actually through our other broker, which is Acrisure.
Acrisure, right? It's a HIP. It's an Acrisure product. Are there other HIPs that we've looked at?
In prior years, we applied to other HIPs and we got no acceptance. Our experience went down this past year, so.
But we're trusting the broker that didn't do the right thing last year.
Well, and it's actually two brokers, so I trust both brokers.
Why do you trust the first one if he didn't do a good job? Okay. Yeah, I would like more information on this. I think if we had a sense of how the HIP works with this and what the shopping, what the marketing that was done with this broker, I'd be a little more comfortable. I think with these unions, just because we haven't heard from them, may not mean they're all going to come screaming once this happens. Like you said, you don't need union approval to go into the HIP, but at the same time, the broker maybe just put them in there and just say, well, tough luck, we don't need approval.
Yeah, I think with the unions, whenever there's a change and they're opposed to it, they're not quiet. That's been my history here.
But we're assuming he talked to all of them. We're assuming he talked to all of them.
Yes.
A couple of assumptions, I don't know, I wouldn't be as comfortable with, but understood. Okay.
Understood.
Thank you. Doesn't mean we're not going to have a problem, doesn't mean we're not going to have issues. Providers that are not in the network. Yeah.
It's the same network. The only thing that changes is our
Trusting a broker that couldn't do this last year. I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? All right, seeing none, this is the motion to table this, right? That's where we at? All right.
I'm sorry, Council President, I do have a question.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hyatt.
Thank you. Is there a deadline on this?
Councilwoman, just as time goes by, we lose the savings. The other issue is state health benefits. Apparently, they're going to have another big increase this year. And they're trying to lock people in for like 7 years. So
Is there a way you can hit up the unions and just get a confirmation that they're all okay with this?
I will talk to the broker tomorrow and say, just touch base with all the unions and see what they say.
Do y'all want to wait till after or what? Because I would feel more comfortable having a confirmation that the employees in writing are comfortable with this before we do it. That's just my personal opinion.
We can go in any time, Glenn, with 60-day notice, right?
Yeah, the only difference is it's costing us money.
Yeah,
60 days.
again, that's the issue. So
Huh?
that's the issue.
You need 60-day notice to go in.
Need 60-day notice to tell the state
Whenever
that
we
we're leaving.
decide, it's 60 days from then.
According
But
to
if we wait till like November, we just save $40,000.
what's the obligation? Who's the obligation from? The 60 days?
State health benefits, we have to notify them 60 days before we leave the program.
Okay, gotcha. There's no waiving that. We
No.
can't talk to an assembly person.
So how long would it take for us just to reach out to the union leaders and like, could you just
I'll
give
contact
us
the broker tomorrow.
Okay.
Why are you not gonna contact the employees? They're in the building with you.
You mean survey the?
The union reps, just.
I could do that too.
Because I know your contention or the administration contention is that you really don't have to because this level of services aren't changing. But we're saying as a council that we would still like to hear from the union leaders saying that they're okay with this. I mean, just a phone call, like give us a quick
No,
two-liner.
it's an email. Send an email to all the union reps. Are you comfortable with this change in policy? And then you literally could email all of us and ask us to do an email vote, probably, if you went about it the right, if there is something that exists that dictates how we would do that, then we could still get it done by the end of the week. That's all I'm saying. Like, if there's
Call
an
a special
option to
meeting
get it
or-
done, we don't need a special meeting. Is that a possibility or no? You cannot do that. You could have a special meeting. Okay, for one vote. I mean, it's up to y'all.
Can we just take care of the next meeting? It's still, we got enough time, right?
It's just one more month.
One more month, okay? All right, so I think the consensus that we leave it tabled, right? Is that the consensus I'm hearing from the council, to leave this table? Okay, all in favor of removing this item from the table? Aye. Aye? Then we got two ayes.
We never took it off.
Brandon, why don't we just keep it tabled?
We can.
So take the vote, in other words.
That seems to be easier.
Yeah, just do the roll call. I don't wanna... Okay, all right, who's gonna withdraw the first one? Who withdraw the second? All right, so it remains table. Next one, what's it? 110, R25, 110, resolution appointing municipal court prosecutor. Can I get a motion? Any questions from the council? I have one. Has this municipal court prosecutor already working in the capacity of that and she's being paid? Oh. And this came before us before as well? Any questions, other questions from the council?
Yes, so we have a prosecutor, she's working as a per diem right now. Yes. The only prosecutor we have? Who also is working as a backup, or but they work simultaneously? They work simultaneously on? No. One at a time? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council?
It's the one written on the resolution. Done as Brown.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Banana? No. Councilman Fierstein?
No.
Councilwoman Garrison? No. Councilwoman Hyatt?
No.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios? Yes. Council President Epps?
No.
Resolution completes.
What's the next one? R25-116, authorizing emergency temporary budget. Once again, appropriating for the total sum of $3,885,122.94. Can I get a motion? Oh, got quiet. Thank you. Got a motion by Rios. Can I get a second? I'll second. Any questions from the council? I have one. CFO Jones, what does this amount cover, please?
It's the exact same amount we used for April. It's for the month of May.
And it covers payroll and what else?
1 month of payroll, 1 month of O&E for all the departments.
Are we going to get the budget before we have to do this again?
That is the plan.
That was the plan the last time we did the emergency budget.
Understood, but again, I mentioned the health grants. I still haven't gotten word back from the state on our budget revision.
Any other questions from council?
Glenn, just on that, can't we introduce the budget and make an amendment before it's all finished? I mean, I know you have stuff pending. Why can't we just bring whatever budget you have, present it, we'll adopt it, and then as we go through it, if something comes up, we can adjust to that, no? Like, why are we holding on for $80,000? Like, it's,
I'd just rather have that squared away
I know, but
with the state.
the problem, we would rather, I think, get this in sooner so we can kind of look, it's going to take time to look over, or it will take no time, and that won't be good either. You know what I mean? Can we get it this week? Just whatever you have?
Well, again, I want to meet with the finance committee. Yes.
But I think he asked you, do you have a budget to share? Not just meet with us, do you have a budget to share now? Like, whatever you're working on, can you share that?
With the finance committee, if that's what you want to do first.
Bring the finance committee, whatever budget you're working on, can you share what you're working on?
Yeah, I need to review with the BA, and I also need to review with the auditor, just to make sure everything's
Have you met with, if I may, have you met with directors?
Yes,
So you met with directors?
yes.
So can we see what you met with the directors about? So we have the same information?
Meaning, why don't we meet with the directors already? Well, let's just do it. Let's just have it.
As the council?
They presented their budget to you. Well, let's go through their budgets.
Right, that's a good starting point. With the finance committee?
The longer we wait, it's going to be a problem.
Understood.
So that's the deal.
Attorney, can we have that, can we actually make a motion tonight to say that we're going to meet with the, can we put that on the table? Why don't we vote on saying the committee is going to meet with the directors and put that actually as something we vote on? And that way, if it doesn't happen, we have it on record that we voted on saying that we would like to meet with the directors on the budget in preparation for the final budget.
You normally,
I want us to vote. I want to vote.
you normally meet with the directors after introduction.
But we're not providing that to the chairman.
We're waiting on little
Finance is
items.
asking for a process, so we need to put it on record that we want a process. He's asking for that, but you're not giving him one, so we don't want to just state it on record. We want to vote on what that process is going to be.
We just want to get this started, Glenn, so that we're not up against the gun of November. You know what I'm saying? This is going to, how much longer is this appropriation going to last? 2 weeks?
No, the month of May.
The whole
So
month?
are we also saying we're not going to vote on a process? Because I did ask that question. I'm asking you, as the attorney, if we would like to put that as a vote.
What was your thought there?
Yeah.
So the process is that we're asking for a meeting. You said you have met with the directors, so we would like to see what was presented to the directors and preparation of the budget presentation for the full council, but you're meeting with the finance.
So that's,
The directors provided the budget. You said that you met with the directors already, correct?
Yes.
So if you met with the directors, you know what they requested.
Right.
Does the council know what they requested? No. So we want to know what was presented, so we would like to, I know that we used to have a finance committee meet with the directors and be able to ask questions.
Right. The plan was to do that all along. I think given the fact that this is taking too long, let's just meet with the directors and hear what their budgets were. We'll have questions on their budget anyway.
But that's post-introduction.
Typically it would be post-introduction. Is there a reason why we could do it before introduction?
I don't know if there is a reason why we can't do it, but I'm just,
Are things going to change materially that maybe it's going to be like we're going to have to do 2 meetings with them?
possibly some departments, yes.
When do you think we'll have the budget from a time? No, no, but because what I would say is then let's scale back on what we're voting on. I mean, we got to put some. Glenn, I don't know what the. I'm afraid that we're just. And I'm not saying you're doing this on purpose. For whatever reason, there's factors out there that this is just dragging on more than like last year we did this already beginning of the month. Now we're deep into this.
So an alternative question is, if we don't vote on this temporary budget, what are you prepared to do? Because if we don't do anything, then what are you going to do?
Well, if you don't vote on this tonight, I can't make payroll for May. We'll have to have a meeting before the first payroll in May. So I can make
That's
payroll.
serious. So maybe we should talk about a compromise. Because I think we're trying to talk about a compromise. That's what I'm hearing from the chair. What's your suggestion? I think we're open to things.
Glenn, tell us what's realistic. I want to hear. When can we get this budget?
I want to get final reports from all the departments.
I know. When? When are they giving it to you? When is the, what date?
I met with them.
They met, so you got the report.
And some of them still have outstanding issues and requests that I need. So I just want to get all my ducks in a row.
Can you request the same information to be provided to us? We shouldn't have to open it. We're asking them. Can you provide us what was submitted from each department?
I'm just not understanding why this is so complicated. Because the budget was already due. We were supposed to have the budget by now, so I'm not understanding.
But why can't we get that in? Why can't we have what was submitted? But you're not giving us any option. So what's your suggestion then?
This is one of those things where I feel like it's going to get contentious for no reason. It's going to get, we're going to have to, the feeling here is going to be, well, then we'll have to exercise whatever we can to enforce a deadline. And I'm not trying to do that, Glenn.
Yeah, that is not my
intention
to be contentious.
I know it's not
I'm
your
not a
intention.
contentious person.
But we're leading in that direction because we're not getting anything. We have no direction. We don't know what the estimated tax increase is going to be, even a ballpark number. And it sounds like we're just going to keep doing this for a couple more weeks. And there could be legitimate reasons for you going back to get more information. But let us start working on something so we can at least, I don't want to be doing this and with like a 2-week time crunch, having to meet with every director, 2-3 meetings a day.
Then the next Facebook rant we'll look at is that Township Council stopped the payroll of the employees with the residents not understanding what the budget process is supposed to be like. And we trying to hold the administration accountable to deadlines that they should have met. And it's not fair to the council. So if we do nothing tonight, then the township employees are not going to get paid. And it's really not our fault. And unfortunately, you don't have the ability, it seems tonight, and this is not a knock on you, to compromise and give us some answers so we can kind of meet you halfway. This is what I'm hearing from the finance chair and the members of the finance committee. And I really want to resolve this. So what, Dr. Garrison, what was your initial suggestion on this?
I suggested as a compromise, trying to work with Glenn Perry. Since you effectively met with the directors, why can't we either A, meet with the directors on the information provided so we have the same information and can be informed, or B, the presentation that they presented, why can't you share that with the finance committee? Because what will we be meeting with you about? What specifically do you want to meet about? You say, meet with the finance committee. What's the agenda?
I went through some figures tonight. I just want them to have full comprehension of those figures, full comprehension of our appropriation cap and our levy cap.
A budget is not just those two items. A budget is comprehensive. So what we're asking is specifically about the operations of the township.
So Glenn, why don't we do this? Let's pass a resolution tonight that by Friday, we're going to have dates to meet with directors for next week, right?
It can be right here, in this location.
Whatever we need to do. We will meet with the directors starting next week. Good, bad, or indifferent, whatever they have, let's start going through it. And if we don't, if they're not willing to meet with us, then we will just skip that department.
No, it's not that the departments aren't willing to meet.
Well, yeah,
No,
I mean, they don't come here, so I don't know what the answer is, but okay.
No, when we met with, you've met with directors before the finance committee, every year. We've never prevented it. No.
Why haven't they met with the department?
Because it's normally after introduction. And like I said, there's still things I need from some of the departments.
But it's too late. They should have given that to you already. You should have given them a deadline, is what I think I'm hearing, that that's come and gone. We should have had the budget already.
Glenn, why don't we do this? Let's tell the passing resolution that by Friday we have dates to meet with all the departments, each department, they can pick a day, one department per day next week. Any department that's not prepared or can't meet with us, we can cut that department 5%. Let's just do something. Let's do it and we'll stick to it, and believe me, they're all gonna meet with us.
Yeah. I don't think you just do that to a department, and I'd like to talk with the BA tomorrow about what you're saying.
Fine, so we'll pass the resolution. And if there's a reason we can't do it later, you'll come back and we can make an amendment.
We have legal here, so legal can give us.
But I already told you, I can't give you that part of the answer.
What part of the answer can you do? What can you do? Don't tell us what you can. Tell us what you can.
That you pass the resolution, because that has to be done. That's what I can do.
That we passed the emergency temporary budget appropriation for this sum that's listed.
You're saying the resolution that we're talking about, not the.
The resolution we're talking about, the one
We're making up a new resolution. That's what you're saying. We're drafting, we're gonna talk it out, right? That resolution is what you're talking about? The one I'm,
Madam Clerk, are you able to receive the resolution as stated?
I can receive a motion as it's been stated, it's not going to be reduced to a resolution. I know it's late.
And then, have you been in this quandary? Do you have any suggestions on when you've seen this kind of conflict?
No, I've never seen the budget.
So that's one. And then, have you seen the council meet with the directors to go over the content of the budget?
Finance committee.
So that is something that is proper, and that's not something that is, something that's not typical.
Typically, in my experience, we follow the guidelines based off the local finance notice.
Okay.
And the local finance notice was issued in December of 2024. And
Excuse me, Chairman, I'm sorry. I don't, y'all might be able to, but this is just on the finance notice, this might be helpful. And we both can do it.
the local finance notice says that the Mayor Council Caucus Act's executive budget should have been submitted statutorily by 1/17, revised date by 2/18, by 2/28. So that would have been the executive budget from the administration.
What month is this?
April.
So January to February, and now we're in April, so I hear your concern. So we're just trying to expedite being able to get back onto some type of schedule. I think that's what the chairman is asking.
just a point of, I'm curious, Brandon, the Swisher said to me that the budget should have been passed first meeting after 3/31.
The local finance notice says that budgets, the revised adoption date, if you could extend, would be 3/31 or the date
first
of the
possible.
next regularly scheduled meeting of the governing body.
Which would have been the 8th if we had it, now it's today. So we don't have it today, so now we're out of compliance. So, we could do a couple things. We could just pass this resolution that we have in front of us for this temporary emergency thing for payroll only, and no department gets any bills paid until we get meetings.
The issue with that is, and we discussed this earlier, the traffic lights.
I want to make
With-
one exception though. Two exceptions.
Well,
What should we do?
Give us direction,
Right,
but we're
what
not
should
getting
we
any.
do?
So
How do we,
he's asking for support, like, well, what can we do? And we're not getting any direction.
we're behind now. How do we resolve this quickly, as quickly as possible without, and we can't walk around with like, with no direction of dates or deadlines. We're gonna get killed, it sounds like we're getting a tax increase. Let's just call it what it is. We're getting a tax increase one way or another. The residents gonna kick and scream. We're gonna already be 6 months into the year with no time to make any changes. We're in a bad position. We gotta get out of this quick.
believe me, I would like to have this done already, but again, just outside circumstances.
What outside
But-
circumstances?
Well, the AFS wasn't done until February, no fault of the auditor, it was just, making the sausage here. And then the health plans. That was another, curve.
But how much is that? The health grant?
The 168 we no longer have access to, and the 80,000, so that's
This is
220,000.
We have nothing on a $50 million budget. I get it. So we could say we're waiting on these items, and let's do that now. Give us whatever budget you have. Say we're waiting on these items. We'll finalize this. But then, if we have to make an emergency meeting to do it, we'll do it. We just have to get something. Can we do that? Okay, so let's do that. Let's call for an emergency meeting for Monday. Now, that meeting is with the finance committee, not with the whole council, right?
I like that.
Right. Okay, so we'll do an emergency meeting Monday with the finance committee. Good, bad, or indifferent, we'll sit down in here and hash this out. I would say if you want to pass this, Glenn, I hate to do this, I would pass this for 2 months of payroll instead of the whole month of May. 2 weeks of payroll instead of the whole month. This emergency $3 million. Let's do.
Sooner rather than later.
Well, it's 2 weeks. You have 2 weeks.
Why shouldn't we do it? Maybe answer that. Why shouldn't that happen?
I feel like we're stuck. I don't know how to get out of it.
Because,
But
like you
let's
said, spin a
let's
wheel.
be fair.
Let's
We'll give you time. You have 2 weeks. Because if we don't get the information, they know that this is looming. This puts a little more pressure than what we've been doing until now. On the administration to pay. Don't you think?
Just, it's not like I'm not under pressure now. It's not like there's no pressure. It's not like this is a walk in the park. I take counsel very seriously. I did.
Glenn, I get all that. I think this will add, maybe they'll help you a little bit more. Maybe someone will weigh in and maybe V.A. Smith can push a little harder, whatever. I would feel better if we did this just so that I could say the council is pushing to get this done a little bit faster. So that when President Epps makes his Facebook post, he could say we've been pushing to make this happen. I don't see a downside. I don't think this is hurting anybody. I think it's just creating a little headache.
Yes.
When is the next meeting? Don't we have a meeting in 2 weeks from now?
Our next meeting is May 14th. That's too far out to get the 7 2 weeks in May. Pass the resolution and get your answers in May.
Why can't we maybe have the first week of May scheduled? Y'all can schedule, you in fact could just go ahead and lay out what you want your finance committee schedule to be and incorporate deadlines for the information that you want from the administration and then adhere to it. We had that in 2018, 2017. You can get a copy from the clerk's office. You can put all those processes in place and then we can effectively get on the page that we're supposed to be on in that the finance committee in conjunction with the CFO are supposed to make the decision about what is going to make the bill list, not vice versa. And also, any financial resolutions or ordinances
would be decided in the finance committee prior to it ever making its own agenda.
With all due respect, that's not the current process that's in place. It appears that that process is going different.
That's exactly
Then
what I'm
bring it
saying.
back.
I said you
But
can
with that,
establish.
with that being said, so there are scheduled meetings on those Mondays, but it appears that we're at this stage now, so it may be a more internal conversation before we can go back and say, can we go back to that, because that's not the process that they're embracing at all.
Right, but if what we have recognized tonight in totality with the public is that what we're embracing right now is not working. What we have recognized tonight is the chair of the finance committee wants to make a modification based on what's in front of us because it's not working. So I'm just offering an option as a suggestion, as something you might try, because throughout, like municipalities don't take the direction from the CFO. The council sets up the schedule, the timing, the deadlines, what's going to go on the agenda, what does not make the agenda. So if we're going to take our control back, we have to start by taking our control back.
So we come up with these dates and
You
times
come
of
up with a
meetings.
schedule, yeah. When do you want the finance committee to meet? Amongst your team, of course, amongst your committee, whether it's going to be, you know, whatever week it's going to be in conjunction with when the council meetings are scheduled for. They have deadlines by which to present you with certain information prior to them submitting whatever they're going to submit with the intentions of it going on to the agenda. But that's after, no, they'll be making that decision with you, not without you. If that's not adhered to, it never makes it to an agenda. Because the council president is the person who is supposed to be determining what makes it onto the agenda. Am I correct? So
All right.
I'll talk amongst yourselves about
Okay, so in the meantime, what do we want to do with this R25-116? Move it? Half of it? What's your pleasure, Finance Chair?
Well, where does half of it get you? Where does half of this emergency thing get you? To what date?
Again, I can't go down every department that's asking me for money because they're on zero now. But we just, normally this is done in quarters, not by the month. And to cut it down to 2 weeks, that's just unnecessary stress on the departments. They need things.
Yeah, well, Glenn, you're a nice guy. I like you a lot. But what about the stress that we're going through about not getting the things that we're asking about and we're asking for that we should technically have? Like, why is that being overlooked? Like, you talking about we're stressing out the departments, but we're supposed to have this information. And for whatever reason, you can't divulge or give us the information that we're looking for. It's still really, quite honestly, is unacceptable for us to be going in the way that we're going. So if we don't put pressure on the administration to give us the budget, which we should have had already, we got to find a way for you guys to give us what we're supposed to have. So we're taking extreme measures because we have to, because to the finance chair's point, by the time we get this budget, we need to make cuts. We're not able to make cuts because it's going to be halfway through. We're technically, but the way we're going right now could be into June before we get the budget. So we got to do something. Something has to make sense. And we walk away tabling this because it looks like we're not getting any resolve to this. Where the employees don't get paid. Or do you want to call a special meeting to revisit this again? I guess. I don't know.
Council President, I'll tell you what I would do. This is what I would do, and Glenn, I think you know that this is our last straw on this. I would pass this for the month of May, so you have it. I would pull the bill list from what we have. There's no department submitting stuff for bills until we have the finance meetings that we're looking for, so we can do that on Monday. And I want to make 2 exceptions to pay Supply Clooney for their audit stuff that they're doing. and the other vendor that's electrician. I would pass, so, Council President, I would pass this one here. Let the month of May carry on. I'm gonna set deadlines for the department meetings, starting on Monday of next week. If it's not adhered to, we'll start making like bigger drastic moves on this. But I want you to know, like, I'm not doing this personally.
I don't take any of this
We are in
personally.
a real bad spot with the residents. Everyone knows there's a tax increase coming. We can't say anything. We're hearing that there's $1 million of tax revenue lost. It's crazy. So it's just more pressure on us that we can't substantiate. So is that okay? Are you good with that? We'll pass this now. I'm going to have for you tomorrow a schedule of, after I talk to the Finance Committee, a schedule of meetings we're going to set up starting next week with each department. Good, bad, or indifferent, we're going to set them up. If they don't make the meetings, we'll have to start imposing things. It's not in your hands. I'm saying it. I'm saying you're not the bad guy. I'm the bad guy.
None of us are the bad guys. We're in circumstances that, you know,
Okay.
we're all against strong headwinds.
I don't know what else to do. So let's do that.
I like that. So we're going to pass this, if I'm hearing you correctly, we're going to pass this. You already outlined the conditions that you want for your scheduled meetings with the department heads. And you're also saying that we're going to pull a bill list because we still have not done with payment of bills for April. So we're going to pull that bill list until we can get some traction on this budget. Am I hearing you correctly on that?
Yeah, and let me do one thing at a time because I want to make a quick change on the bill list. So let's pass this thing, then we'll do the bill list.
Okay.
If that's okay.
All right, so everybody understands Councilman Feinstein's, I want to say amendment, if you will? Attorney Martillis, is that an amendment, if you want to call that? Or, no? No? Straightforward. Okay, straightforward.
We had a motion and a second.
Okay, no, okay.
Yeah, that's what we
Okay, regular vote. No problem.
We have a motion and a second already?
Yes.
Cool.
All right, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Banana? No.
Say it slower, at least.
Councilman Fierstein?
Yes.
Councilwoman Garrett? Yes. Councilwoman Hyatt?
Yes.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Council Vice President Rios is excused. Council President Epps?
Yes.
Carried.
Are we sure about that? I thought we needed 5. I thought this is supermajority.
We ain't got 5 here.
Wait, so we don't have 5? So can
I thought you need 5.
oh, okay. All right.
Did it pass, Attorney Martillis?
No.
No?
Council President, can the record show that due to a quick absentee of another council person, we can't pass this?
I can change my vote, right? Yes. I'm going to change my vote as the recommendation of Councilman Fierstein, and I will vote yes.
Team player.
You now have 2/3 majority.
So we're good, right? So,
Thank you, Lisa.
it passes?
I'm going to be in work in a few hours.
Oh, you wanna talk? You should have told me. You know I don't like you out late. Okay, one second. Well, I mean, just make sure we pass this already.
We have one more resolution. You want to skip it?
It's a quick one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Dawn.
This is a block.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your Councilman Feinstein said something about pulling the bill list. We have bills on that list. I know I have for my department bills on that list that I need to have paid. In particular, there's a ShopRite bill there for $7,500. It's for a grant, and as Councilman Banana could attest to, these reports must be done and done in a timely fashion. This is a grant that was given to the senior center. It could have been done a couple of weeks ago, but the meeting was postponed or canceled. I had to get a purchase order from ShopRite in order for them to produce the gift cards for the seniors. They will not release those until I have a check. There's other bills that we have on there. There's a grant that the council approved tonight for $70,000 for New Jersey Aging Building. there's certain things and criteria, bookmarks that I have to make within the next week. Initially, it was supposed to start in December, but because the DCA did not get the paperwork out to the township, they made April 1st the date, but all the benchmarks from December to April 30th must be met prior to my reporting date of May the 10th, or we'll lose that entire budget.
And this is the senior citizen, this is the senior citizen bills that we're talking about?
Yes, exactly. So I would appeal to the council, and that's the only reason, the absolute only reason. You can't walk out, because when you walk out, something changes. You know, if I leave, this bill is not approved, and I got to go back and tell them again that we're waiting for it. And I don't like requesting extensions or things, or my word is my bond. I like to use that. So if you don't mind, please reconsider the bill list. These are services and products that we received in our department. It's very hard to work your department when you cannot guarantee that their bills will be paid within 45 or 60 days. And it's a lot of these smaller companies. ShopRite, no, it's not a small company, but it's something I really wanted to do for the seniors during the holiday. Make sure they got it during the holiday, because that was part of the application, what I put in for the application. That couldn't be done. So I really would like to move forward and get that done, if possible. Thank you.
Exactly, exactly.
Right. All right, so that would go into our payment of bills,
We have one more resolution? Or no?
no. No, we got payment of bills, because we didn't deal with that. We get a motion for, and we did just hear Ms. Dawkins' recommendation for the senior citizen bills. So as we're considering what we're gonna do with this, let me get a motion for the payment of bills for April 8th and April 22nd. Can I get a motion? Can I combine them both? Or do I do one at a time? I want to move them both together for April 8th and April 22nd. Can I get a motion, please? I get a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments from the council? Quick question to the finance team. Dr. Garrison?
Yes.
Thoughts on this?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I would be amenable to include it, Ms. Dawkins' budget
Yes.
that she needs. Yeah, do you have any other thoughts on the rest of this bill list?
If I can say, I mean,
I kind of knew that. That's open up the floor.
I'm behind. I'm always behind. All the departments are in the same situation that the senior department is. They all have bills that need to be paid.
Can I tell you, Glenn? I would agree with you. That's why they have to come. This is our only leverage here to get them paid. It is. But by the way, on whose dime? On the mayor. This is by the direction of the mayor. Right or wrong? They have to be here. Okay, they have to be here. Understood. But if we're reinforcing the ordinances that we have that they have to be here, what are we doing about that?
Let's pause there and let's get the answer to that, 'cause that's a good question. Let's take that again. I'm waking up. We're in a new day. That's a good question. No, that's a great question. He said, what are we doing to authorize the director that's supposed to be here? What are we to do? Because he said that the tool he's using, you can't use that, but what about that? He's making a good point. But the question's on the table now. So what's the answer?
So, council, what are we supposed to do with this? It's again, we're asking for this information so that they could explain the need for this. We're not doing this to be malicious. We've asked for this for a year and a half. They don't come, so all I can say is until you come, why should we keep approving this?
Okay.
Right? Why should we keep it? Why are we doing the same thing? It's give me and I won't give you. The administration is saying we're not going to allow these people to come as per the ordinance that they have to be here. And now we're worried about the lawsuits. It has to work both ways. Tell me how you would resolve this differently. You're in a tough spot. I get it.
We're spinning our wheels. He can't. Okay, so I know, and I'm not It's a great question, Councilman Furstein, and the Township Council doesn't have an answer to that.
But can we go back, what's understanding that? The residents have been here, they're upset, they want the streets clean, we can't get answers, they want the DPW here, they want code enforcement. None of this is happening, and the only recourse we have is to say, you know what, if you want to get your bills paid, come to the meeting, like Ms. Dawkins just illustrated. No.
But to council's point, I mean, services have been rendered, and we're gonna lose that every time.
But to our point, y'all had somebody render services after we said no. It is our right as a body to determine spending. You override it, I'll override it whenever you feel like it. You violate purchasing law whenever you feel like it. Y'all give people work to do who don't have contracts whenever you feel like it. So our authority continues to be usurped. Y'all continue to have no regard for the law on your side of the situation. But every time anything pertaining to us comes up, we are advised of the law. We are advised of why we cannot do it. Those same laws exist as to why y'all can't do the things that y'all do, and y'all do them anyway. So the point is still exactly the same. If the law is the law, and it is the guiding authority, it can not only be the guiding authority for the council. And so basically, what all the council members and the chair of the finance committee are saying is, you all are going to start abiding by the law, or we are going to exercise our authority. That's what we need y'all to understand. That is what is being said tonight. So whatever y'all need to do tomorrow, you might want to relay that message.
Well, why don't we do that? So we will have, well, let me ask you one other thing then. We got this email today from this electrician from November of 2024. She wants to get her bills paid. She did work on the lights. She won't do any work in town until she gets this paid. How do we authorize her to get paid?
So, if you recall, I requested a transfer.
Yep, got all that. We didn't do the transfer. How do we get her paid today?
So now that we didn't do the transfer and we haven't adopted the budget, I have to pay it out of this year's funds.
Right.
You passed the temporary budget, so now I gotta see who has enough, DPW and all their departments, without bankrupting them for the last, for the next month.
Okay, so you just got a temporary budget.
Just got a temporary
For the
budget.
DPW line. Is it enough money to pay her? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, I'm
Yes
gonna.
or no?
Yeah.
That's all he want to know.
But do I have to pay it out of one DPW line item or four?
Well,
That's
whichever-
your job to
That's
tell
what I
us.
have to
Right.
find out.
Okay.
So I would like to authorize that vendor to get paid, so we don't have a problem with traffic lights in town. You'll figure out how to get her paid. I'll include that in the amendment to this bill list. In addition to Suppley Clooney, that should be paid for their auditor work.
Is anybody taking notes?
So you're saying we're only paying Gen Electric and Suppley Clooney? I'm just
Correct.
trying to,
I'm getting there so far, right? So we have those two vendors. Suppley Clooney did work for what term? From January till now? They're getting
for
$11,000,
the financial statement.
which we need for the budget.
Yes, and the financial statement is done.
So let's get them paid. 11,000. You pay this Gen Electric. You're going to pay the Ms. Dawkins' department, 7,500, and we're going to pay the clerk's department. The rest we're holding.
That,
If there any.
Yeah.
If
And the council budget.
she's telling me.
Yeah.
that's targeting. And also to
Correct.
council's point, I mean, it's not holding me, well, it is holding me accountable, but it's really punishing the entire township.
Glenn, none of this is you. It's the administration's way of doing things.
No, I don't look at us as council administration. I'm here for the
I
township.
understand.
It's
So
the
the
township.
message has to go back to them, that this is what they decided. We need to do something different.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, Glenn.
Glenn, we're not negotiating. We're actually, this is what we're telling you, this is what we're doing. He just put out there what we're doing.
And
This is what we're doing. And you're saying, and you're advising us that,
against
then you're advising against it. So thank you for your advice. We have a recommendation from Councilman Furstein Madam Clerk, you had all those recommendations from Councilman Furstein as to what we're doing with this bill is? We're gonna go over it one more time, then we're gonna vote.
And I'm sorry, General Electric is not on the bill list.
Correct. I'd like to authorize the payment to them.
He said, what do you need to do to pay that so that the traffic lights are not stopped based on the email that you had sent?
We,
But I'm saying,
Yeah.
as the response.
correct.
I'm saying, speaking as.
I appreciate it. All right, are we good? Are we good on the?
So, General Electric is not on either of these bill lists?
No.
Correct.
Council, can I approve their payment as part of my amendment? Yeah. We, the whole council and the township with I believe it's the police department or I forget who it was, all got an email saying this vendor is owed like $34,000.
And did they produce an invoice and a purchase order number?
Yes. Here. An email today at 11:12 a.m. This went to the council body, and it had previously gone to OIC Cove. It went to the DA Smith. It went to the DPW supervisor, Steve Forrester, Steve Augustine, the mayor. Glenn, you got this as well. This was March 24th, 2:39 p.m. And Martin.
What was the last name?
M. Martin. At Hillside? I'd like to pay it now if I can. I had responded to this. This is a woman-owned business. She's done work in town. She seems to be reliable. She has purchase orders here or invoices of the work she did.
It was from March 24th, I wasn't.
I'll give you the numbers and we'll just go through this, okay? So they have 3 invoices. The first one for $34,329.19. And the next invoice is for $945.25. And the third and final invoice is for $576.58. That's the Gen Electric for traffic system specialist. So whatever that total is, I will forward you that email, no problem. I would include the Supply Clooney. We're including the Dawkins Department, Clerk's Department, and what else do you need, ma'am?
That is all for me.
No, for the budget, for the bills. What was it?
Short of telling us specifically what bills there are, but if it's just hitting those budget lines, is it sufficient for you folks?
No, for you, do you need something? Do you need funding?
Whatever was in the list.
Okay. Can you make a motion? Yeah.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Bonanno, second by Councilwoman Hyatt. So,
We could just say as amended and vote.
as amended?
Yep.
Yes. Gen Electric bills, $34,329.19, $945.25, $576.58. Supply Clooney bill, items for the seniors department, items for the clerk's office, items for the council budget. That's it. Councilwoman Bonanno?
Yes, as amended.
Councilman Fierstein?
Yes, as amended?
Councilwoman Garrettson?
Yes, as amended.
Councilwoman Hyatt?
Yes, as amended.
Councilman Joyner is excused. Councilman Rios is excused. Council President? That's 5 for yes as amended. Carried.
I move.
Second.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.
Like Cory Booker, right?